Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we're going to be continuing to watch the police interrogation of Brian Stephen Smith, a man who has been convicted. He's already been on trial. He was convicted of 2 murders, but he's a suspect in at least a third in Alaska, and South African authorities are actually looking into cases in South Africa to see if he's responsible for any murders there. I think it's highly likely. He also apparently bragged in jail before he was waiting for his trial that he had committed murders in South Africa for a long time and just wasn't caught. So if you missed part 1, please check that out as well. Also, I have put in the description box a link to the playlist, a link to the homework video, which is the deep dive one where I did a presentation, lots of bullet points, lots of background information, who the victims were, and about their family and friends and everything like that. So check that out if you have missed it. You can also just expand the description box and then you will see some more information. And I also want to give a shout out again to Interrogation Files. I would highly recommend joining his Patreon, which I am a proud member of as well. So Interrogation Files, I had contacted him to ask about, is there more of this Brian Smith interview? Because I'd watched it over here as well. I've, of course, covered the case and I was very interested in that. And so he so kindly sent it to me so that we could watch it together. And he said, I'm sure your community would want to see the full video. So that was really kind. So if you guys go subscribe over there, please say that you are a Grizzly, that you're coming from here. Thank you to everyone already went over there. That's very sweet. And yeah, you can find his Patreon link right there in, at the top. And if you go to his channel, if you click more, you'll find it there as well. Patreon.com Interrogation Files 732. So Nightbot is going to be sharing links to his channel throughout this live stream today. We are going to be here for a while because we yesterday watched, let me just bring this across. Hold on one second. Just going to get the video ready for you. Yesterday, we watched quite a bit, but we only actually got to 1 hour and 46 minutes. You're out of 5.5 hours. Oh my word. Thank you also to one of the South African Grizzlies for sending me a link to a carte blanche. That's like a news station in South Africa, a carte blanche episode about Brian Smith. Now, I don't want to play it because I think it might get copyrighted or something, and I don't want the stream to be taken down if we're all watching this, you know what I mean? So I'm going to put the link to that in the description box as well, and I would recommend checking out that clip. It's only, I think, 20 minutes or so, but it gives you a lot of background information about Brian Smith, where he went to school, where he grew up, some people that knew him, some former friends and things talk in the clip as well. So that's also interesting. One of his friends said that he had a very high IQ, he was top of the class, and he also had been to the army in Bloemfontein, so he's got a military background. And the friends also say they wouldn't be surprised if he was a serial killer and started in South Africa, right? Okay, so are we ready, everyone? One Love said yes. Oh yeah, let me know in chat as well if you are already a subscriber. Sorry, I'm putting the chat up here so it doesn't interfere with the closed captioning while we're playing this stream. So let me just move it up a little bit. One Love said, Interrogation Files is great being a sub for a long while. If you've already a sub, let me know as well. That's great. So, okay. We're going to start playing it today. I'm not going to talk too much, otherwise we really will be here forever. Okay, we don't want a full trial day just because of me chipping in. So I'm really just going to be here watching this with you. I did manage to watch the whole thing today so that I at least know, where there really needs to be a trigger warning and things like that. This whole case comes with a trigger warning. It's horrendous. Okay, but I have muted. I've actually chopped out a part where they play audio of one of the murders, and it's so horrifying. So we're not going to be listening to that. Okay. And again, thank you to Interrogation Files for the heads up on that. Ray Twice, welcome. Are we ready? Here we go. Welcome mods, patrons, members, subscribers, and everyone in chat. We are ready to now continue. I hope the sound is good. I'll boost it for you as always. And I'm going to play it from 1 hour and 43 minutes. This interview took place at an airport because Brian Smith had just come back from a trip. And they had just found human remains on October 2nd, and he was convicted then of 2 murders, okay? Sentenced to 226 years in prison. And there might be more. We shall see. I'll put some facts in the chat. So I'll be chatting with you. I'm watching the chat. I'll be typing things there, but I'm not going to talk too much, okay? Here and there, I'll chip in. When he says something that I really am like, I'm going to have to stop and say something. Here we go.
Oh, look, and then take pictures of her in the back of your truck.
Yeah.
So nobody else could have done that.
I know. I'm not. I was the only person there when I dumped her. That's
So you're the only person that could have taken that photo, and it's on this SD card of you killing her.
Okay, yeah. Your question was, what would somebody do? Normally, I would guess, just what the hell, I'd run and phone the police.
Okay, but this time you didn't. Why?
Because I had been with a girl, and if I have to bring this up, it would come out, and my wife would find out that I'd slept with somebody.
Well, you were with a girl, and your wife is going to find out.
Yeah.
And you killed her.
This is not the girl I was with.
Exactly. So she has nothing to do with that other girl. So you call the police, say, "Hey, somebody put a body in my truck." How would that come back to you cheating on your wife with it?
No, because then they'll.
Your wife knew you went to the hotel. You weren't at home.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if me finding this, okay, if the police have to investigate, so where does it come from? They want to know where I was, and that's when they would have found out that I'd been at the hotel with somebody. That's the point I'm trying to make. That's why I was scared. My wife is going to find out that I've cheated.
You weren't scared about that, because what else would the police have found out? The police would have went there and got those cameras from that hotel,
and then we would have seen you.
And we would have
pushing
seen
her
you.
Out of the
we'd have seen
hotel.
that you rented the room.
To me, I was scared my wife's going to find out I'm cheating on her. That's what I like. What the hell? And I can tell you, this is the most weirdest, messed up thing that's ever happened in my life.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I mean, I would hope that this is the only time this has ever happened in your life.
Yeah.
Even though you're telling other people and her while you're killing her that it's not. You're telling her that you're a serial killer,
Yep.
and you are telling Alicia that you're a serial killer.
And he told people in the jail after getting arrested that he's a serial killer, that he's gotten away with it for so long, and lots in South Africa. He met his wife online, and then they started chatting online, and then she invited him to come on over and move in, and there they were. They got married in 2014. And I mean, these murders happened in 2018 and 19, and that's the known ones. Interestingly enough, in the exhibits, the case pictures, which, by the way, I posted some on Patreon. It's a public post, so you can go and see it over there on my Patreon page. You go check it out. You'll see some pictures that were sent as well. Nothing graphic, but there as well. They've got pictures of other ladies. I didn't post those, but they've got pictures of other ladies, okay? And they're saying missing for 4 to 5 years. So they are suspecting him of quite a few other murders, right? Leslie Roth, my goodness, thank you so much. He said, love to all. Doctor says, I can sit and chat next week. I hope that whatever's happening, I can't remember. I hope you feel much better soon. Thank you so much. Oh, my word.
Right?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
You told her that.
Yeah, initially her and I were just like a one-on-one, and then I'd add on more and more people as I...
And like you said, we have your Google record. We have your phone records, which go back, since you've had the phone. But we got your Google records that go back to since you've been in this country. Mm-hmm. And we're going to see every single spot you've ever been with that phone. And that might lead us to some stuff. That might lead us to something else.
It's probably going to lead us to the dumpster. It's going to lead us to wherever you pulled over and picked her up at. It's going to lead us to if you actually got alcohol with her prior to going to the hotel. Right?
The girl with the short hair... Okay, do you have a pencil? A pen here. Let me just show you.
So this is where we were yesterday.
We'll be able to
just went
find
back
her
a
if you
little
say
bit.
she's...
Yeah, she works there.
It's not going to be a... And I'm not worried about her. She's alive. Hopefully.
This road does this. Yes, the prison. Yes, this road goes down like that. Yes, the homeless shelter. There's like a little entrance here. Mm-hmm. So here's the homeless shelter. Here's a road, and here's a road. I found this girl over here. We spoke about getting a drink, going for a drink, and we realised it's too late, and we stopped over here. So it was right in front of the homeless shelter. If you drive out the entrance, right there is where we bought the vodka.
Okay.
And I went and dropped her off right inside there.
You bought the vodka from some other person there?
There were some homeless people there. And I didn't drink any of it.
Okay.
I know that. I didn't drink any of the vodka.
So you know we'll be able to see this if this happened, and what day this happened.
Yeah. So this, I remember this, because stopping there was like, it's something out of, not normal, stopping and buying alcohol from a homeless guy. So I've got that flash of her leaning out shouting, "Hey, we want vodka." I've got that flash in my mind of that. And then we went back to the hotel.
And then you took her back the next day, which was the day you checked out, which was the 4th.
Yeah.
And then you went to your work and you found a dead body in the back of your truck.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, that's when I noticed it. Okay. I noticed it at the back of my truck.
And the cameras are going to show you walking out with a short-haired girl to give her a ride.
At that same hotel. That you took her to the same hotel.
And all the employees will be able to speak to that.
Yeah.
It should. It will or it should?
It will. It should. It will. I'm
just as sure as it showed you carting her out.
If I'm dreaming about this, then I've dreamt about a short-haired girl. But I can tell you, it was real. I drove her there. I was pissed off because she was taking too long to get her makeup on. I was like, "Come on, hurry up, hurry up."
So you drove that other girl home with the dead body, presumably with the dead body in the back of your truck, to the homeless shelter and then to work.
Well, that's what you're saying to me. What it sounds like.
So how did you know that it was a body in the back of your truck when you saw the stuff leaking out of it?
Well, I went into my truck and I saw something dripping out.
Mm-hmm. And
I went in like, what? And like, oh, Jesus. You know.
But you opened up your truck and looked?
Yeah.
Was she wrapped up in the tarp and the comforter, or what? How did you have to unwrap it?
It was in the white. And the top was like sort of over it. Okay. And I didn't recognize, like, what the hell? This is not mine. And when I lifted it, I was like, oh shit, there's something inside here.
And your first instinct was to not call the police and...
Well, I can tell you, Mom, my mind was racing. There was a million things going through. Like, what do I do? And honestly, I didn't know what the hell to do. How do you resolve this?
He makes like a body just showed up. You know, there's a picture of his truck. I just want to show it to you. I don't want to block the cops while they're talking. Otherwise, people say, you're missing out on the body language. So here it is. Okay, this was his truck, the one that he's talking about. He drove around with that victim's body, Kathleen J. Henry, for 2 days. Her body was wrapped in, it sounded like a sheet and covered in a tarp. And on the day that he actually had, he didn't even really hide her body, placed her body next to railroad tracks. He went and picked up another woman and went to get McDonald's. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, so I just wanted to show you this.
Did you give her medical attention? Check on her?
Oh no, this person was cold. Okay. She was cold, and she was. Yeah, I touched and like it was ice cold. Yeah. So I knew there was nothing there, and there was a smell already as well from like a poop smell. So I knew.
What do you think should happen to somebody that does something like this?
Well, this is bad. I can tell you, this is not a nice thing to do, or to find out that you've done. You know, this is not nice. I don't like this. This is.
It's a weird answer. I won't chip in too much, okay? It's a weird answer though. Here and there I have to. I gotta say something. Like, what do you think should happen to someone who does something like this? And then he's like, yo, I don't like it. This, yeah, this is bad and I don't like it. Like, he didn't really answer the question.
And like you said, we're talking to your wife right now. Is she gonna say anything about, not necessarily this, but about the stuff that you and Alicia talked about, or was your wife involved in any of it? Does she know about anything about the fantasies?
No. My wife would have left me if she knew about Alicia. She would have dumped my ass right
So
there.
she doesn't have any inclination about your sexual desires that you're not doing with her? I'm assuming that you're doing this with other people because she doesn't, maybe?
Well, one of the problems my wife and I have is that we not having sex. She's getting older now, so things are, this is a bit personal, but she's a little bit dry. So sex is usually a pre-planned kind of thing, and it's like a whole build up to it. And usually then by the time she's ready, I've like lost interest already. So it's been about a year since we've had sex. So and it's been a big strain on our marriage, and that's what I was actually hoping our weekend away there would take me away from work stress and whatever, and her and I could do something there, but we just didn't get the chance. Basically, we stayed at the hotel together, but we were getting home late at night.
And did you recently became naturalized U.S. citizen?
Few
September
10 days ago.
September 20th.
Yeah.
So how long have you had the fantasies like you shared with Alicia? Was it before Alicia? Did you share it with people before her, or did it start with her?
No, it was me and Alicia. It started with her.
Okay.
Yeah, she's not a bad girl. I know she's lying about her side of her little stories that she made up. I don't even remember her stuff, but and the stories are impossible. They're like these crazy stories. So that was our fantasies. They were like outrageous. Like I said, it's things that can't be real.
Except they are.
Well, yes, yeah, you showing me stuff, but the stuff with Alicia, that was just a horny guy and a horny girl just trying to turn each other on, And like I said, her thing was being choked.
But it turned you on too, that she was turned on about it.
I don't know, because like I said, the one night she said I must choke her, and I was holding her, and her eyes went backwards, and I got a fright. I said no, and she still said, "Where are you going?" And I said no, and I raced home. I didn't want to be there. That scared me.
Did you ever take her out anywhere and tell her you were taking her to where you had dumped a body or something?
No.
Did you ever show her a place where you killed somebody?
Oh, yes.
Like at 32nd and Dorbrand, in Spenard in the Midtown area. Did you ever tell her you killed somebody there?
I was trying to make it as I think I know what you're talking about there, but I was trying to make it, give evidence to my story that it's real. And the one night we were driving around, and she said, "Oh, I just got a funny feeling." And I said to her, "What do you mean?" And she said something, and I said, "Oh yes."
I'm so sorry to pause his story there. It's just, you'll see me raise a lot of eyebrows in this one. The things that he says as we hear, like, what? Interrogation Files is here. Thank you so much for being here with us, for chatting with us. This is the channel to subscribe to, everyone. This is where we got the footage from. Thank you so much. And then go check out his Patreon as well. Then you'll find the full 5.5-hour police interrogation with no commentary on his Patreon. All right, because on your channel, on the Interrogation Files channel, the video is, I think it's 2.5 hours or so. So if you want the full one with no Grizzly K chipping in, please go check out Interrogation Files and go to the Patreon page. All right, so I'm just going to back it up for a few seconds here so you get all the context there. Just hold on 1 second. I think I said that too fast. It sounded like so you don't get. So you do get all the context. Here we go.
Backwards, and I got a fright. I said no. And she still said, "Where are you going?" And I said, no. And I raced home. I didn't want to be there. That scared me.
Did you ever take her out anywhere and tell her you were taking her to where you had dumped a body or something?
No.
Did you ever show her a place where you killed somebody?
Oh, yes.
Like at 32nd and Dorbrand, in Spenard in the Midtown area. Did you ever tell her you killed somebody there?
I was trying to make it as I think I know what you're talking about there, but I was trying to make it, give evidence to my story that it's real. And the one night we were driving around, And she said, "Oh, I just got a funny feeling." And I said to her, "What do you mean?" And she said something, and I said, "Oh yes, that's because we just drove past like a place where I like did something, you know." And we like drove around there, and I was like, "Yes, it's that house, or it's this house, you know." And that was just our fantasy stuff. That, yeah.
Okay.
If she thinks it was real, then my little fantasy side about those things was very convincing. If she thinks that it was real.
Do you have any other Facebook accounts that aren't just Brian Smith?
Oh yes, yeah. I've got one called Bradley Phillips.
Brady Phillips?
Bradley.
Bradley.
Yeah. The game that my wife and I played, that we met on, there's this little thing called there's something you can do called multi, where you can be multiple players, but it's one person that's got it. And that gives you an advantage in the game, because now you've got two people playing, and then you take over this guy's little villages. Now you're suddenly twice as big as everybody else.
So you can play Brian and Bradley?
Yeah. And then whoever's... and actually, I wouldn't play it with Brian, because these little games also put like spam and rubbish on your... And you've got to make friends with everybody in your little team. So I didn't want that on my Brian Smith Facebook. So I've got Bradley, and I've got one, the one that I was friends with Alicia on is called Roe, Alaska, ROE. That's Realm of Empires, Alaska. And on those two, because it's not my name and it's not linked to me, I can vent and I can say things there that will not affect me.
Which sounds like he took that game to real life, right? Because he's saying with this game he plays, he could be multiple different names and, you know, people, multiple different people, but yet still be the one person. And he talks about, we'll see later, this alter ego of his, but the way that he's describing it, I think he would describe who he became when he was killing people, right? Yeah. Kathleen said to Interrogation Files, yes, he was so sweet, liking all the comments from the Grizzlies. Thank you so much. Franken said, Grizzly, your face when he said dry. I'm laughing myself. Yeah, I was just like, I couldn't even make a comment. I don't even know what to say. Like the way that he said it as well. And when the detective now brought him some water, he's like, oh, yeah, thanks. As if he's like in a restaurant. Yeah, top that water up. Thanks. Wow. Oh my goodness. This guy's unbelievable.
For example, I support the president. I support everything he's doing. As a businessman, I believe everything he's doing is right. But a lot of my wife's friends are not. They're very Democrat. So Brian Smith doesn't say, yeah, build a flipping wall. Bradley will go out and say yes. You know, if you guys will probably want to read. You'll read the stuff there. You'll see it. Bradley's a real arsehole. He's like my alter ego. He's got the naughty jokes on and stuff. Roe, he's similar, you know.
Who?
You can write down the R.
So Bradley is really Brian with the mask off. That's what I'm hearing, right? Okay. Thank you, Interrogation Files. I'm going to check my email right now.
ROE Alaska. That's his name. So. And Roe stands for Realm of Empires.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you ever take Alicia to your house? Does she know where you live?
Yeah, I took her one weekend. My wife went away, and I took Alicia there. Okay. And yeah.
And so, one of the things that we're doing, obviously, when in searching your house and searching your electronics, is looking through that. Is there any other evidence or things on your computers or your phones or anything else that are similar to this? Any videos of you doing anything? Any photographs of dead people? Anything like that they're going to find that we need to know about?
No. Like I said, the only thing is that girl that was on that sheet that was under that suffocating girl. That's I might have saved that. Okay, and you will find some videos of me and Alicia.
Doing sexual stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Any besides the person that's in the under the tarp or whatever, that's the only thing that's going to be on there or on the sheet.
For those who missed part 1, Alicia is somebody that he dated for a short time. You know, he was married and he had an affair. And so this Alicia lady, he apparently bragged to her about the murders, and she was trying to tell the police about this. And they were already looking into him, but they didn't really have anything to go on besides what Alicia was telling them, right? But eventually, when Valerie stole his phone. Valerie was a sex worker who went on a date with him. She stole his phone and went through the phone and found all this horrifying evidence and handed it over to the police. After stealing an SD card, she transferred the stuff to the SD card, gave it to the police, right? Then they heard the voice and they're like, whoa, we've already been looking into this guy. Sadly, Alicia took her own life in 2021. Now, he was already arrested at the time, and I think she was in Texas from what I can gather. But that's very sad. And I wonder if it's because of all the trauma that she'd endured in life, yes, and also with him, right? Okay, so let's keep going.
Who's that?
That's a girl that I met, and we screwed a little bit, and once more time I cheated on my wife with this one, and she was passed out drunk.
Yeah. And when was that?
This was actually recently, a few weeks ago.
After or before you were at the hotel?
After this, yeah. She was drunk out of her mind. Yeah.
So after this, where did you meet her at?
This would probably at the homeless shelter. If you drive past it, you can find easy girls at $10, $20, they'll do anything.
Oh my word.
And when I saw she was drunk, like,
You see, the way he talks. He found his victims there. Just like, oh, you can just go there to like a homeless encampment and just find easy girl. What? Taking advantage of people who are completely down and out. Homeless, struggling with addiction. And then he tortured, as we know from what he did to Kathleen Henry, them. It's terrible. We heard some of the audio in that deep dive we did, which is part of the homework. If you haven't done it, you gotta go check it out, okay? But just trigger warning.
because I was like, oh, here we go.
So did you pick her up?
Yeah, this girl I picked up, yeah.
Where'd you go?
I can't remember. This was when you go down the new Seward, you're going down the dip. There's a bank and there's a Ford garage here. There's a park over here. We stopped over there and on the side, we shagged a little bit, and I left her there. She was, like I said, she was drunk out of her
By
mind.
Shiloh Baptist Church, by the church there?
Yes, there's a little church here. I don't know the street names, but yeah, there's a little creek there, and there's a pathway there. There's two like big fields there. Yeah, and there she was passed out, drunk out of her mind. Yeah.
Where's she at now?
I don't know. I left her there, so she found her way home. Yeah.
So you had sex with her?
Yeah.
Okay. When did she get drunk to the point where she's passed out? It
well,
looks like it would be hard to have sex with her.
Oh, well, when I picked her up, she was drunk, and she had a bottle with her.
Okay.
So, and we sat there for a while, like 10 minutes or so, drinking, and then it was getting late. Early in the morning, and I needed to get going. So I said, let's just finish everything, yeah.
So you said maybe 3 times in a couple years, and now we already have 3.
Yeah. So
in about a month. So are we sure that you?
No. Well, before this girl from this night, there was probably about 3 times that I picked up a girl.
So maybe 6.
Yeah. Sorry. When you and I said 3, it was 3 before this. So yeah. So 3, 4, 5. Yeah.
6.
Yeah.
What was her name?
I don't know. I don't even remember what we spoke about.
How much do you remember how much you paid her?
I don't think I even paid her.
Because she, like that, you didn't have to.
She was drunk, yeah. She was, yeah.
What about the other gal?
And that's convenient, that, you know.
The things he says, I'm just like, I'm listening to it for the second time in full now, and I'm just like, what? The things he says, isn't it shocking? Yeah, well, didn't even pay her. I mean, and that's convenient, that he says. That's very convenient when you don't even have to pay them. Whoa.
I'm just curious.
We did try.
Do you wear protection? That's just for my curiosity. Do you wear a condom?
Yeah, I did. Usually, if a girl's the first 3 I didn't, put it that way, and then the short-haired girl I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but
how about her? Did you have sex with her? No.
I don't know.
Oh.
You've convinced me I've done that. Which, you're putting stories in my head that maybe it's a fantasy gone off, or it's something I didn't remember.
But we really need the answers as to how this kind of stuff led to this, because that's not uncommon. All right. It's not uncommon for people to have gone from this to this. We've talked to several people that's happened to. These are convenient people for this to happen to. But what was it different? You've had this night, you had the other night. What made this one different than these other nights?
I don't know what would make me do something like that. That's why if you didn't show me audio and you didn't tell me that you saw me pushing a cart with this on, this does look like there's someone's hair sticking out here. So
there she's in there.
Yeah.
That's her head right there. Look at it closer. That's her face.
And just understand, these are like photographs. When you get this on a 55-inch TV, which is what we're watching them on,
see everything.
We couldn't bring that in here, obviously.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. No.
This is when you're done with her. This is when you're done with her. This one here, and this is a zoom in of it. But this one, there's several photos of this where you actually wheel her out there, you set her by the truck, you walk back 20 or 30 feet and take a photo of it's almost like you're making a film. All right. I mean, that's what happened. And so, what happened that caused it to go from this to this? Up in the, my experience tells me that this may no longer bolster your alter ego, and then had to go to this for that to happen. And if that's what happened, then that explains why you would go to the next level. That would make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense, but that is pathetic of me to want to do that.
Okay, but...
And that don't mean I'm messed up. The other girls I picked up has just been quick in the car, just do something in the car.
How long do you think you were with this person? Total, like from pickup at...
A pickup, we probably drove there looking for a place. You ask him, do you know a place? Mm-hmm. And we went there, and we were there probably about... I'm sure we chatted. Usually you sit and talk for a little bit, finish your drink or whatever. We were probably there for about half an hour. And we got out and we quickly did it.
And you told us earlier that you had difficulty sometimes. Sometimes it's like, just doesn't work. What is it that excites you about this that causes it to work?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know if I actually would have come there. Let's put it that way.
You didn't come?
No, I'm saying I don't know if I came.
Okay.
So sometimes it's just the act of just doing something, I know I was drunk, not as drunk as this night. I know I had quite a few drinks.
How many times do you drive down there and not pick somebody up?
Well, that's, in all honesty, that's one of the things that I don't like. I'll sometimes go to the Safeway that's down there, and then as I'm driving, I'll see a girl on the side, and she's like looking at me, and I know there's a $10 blowjob there, you know, and then that'll bug me for the next few days, and then we stay close.
It'll bug you that you didn't take opportunity, or
no, it's like there's like a girl, you know, it's not your wife. It's like that's exciting, you know. So it's like, don't leave me to temptation. If I don't see anything that doesn't bug me, I you know, like I said, it's not often. It's the other girls I've actually met on Spanard. For some reason, I was driving down that way, you know, and you see a girl on the side there. So those were the first 3 times.
pretty safe to say you know where the prostitutes are, or where a homeless person would be that you could get a $10 blowjob from.
Well, the homeless thing I saw by accident.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually one night coming back past that direction. I don't know why, and I saw these people there, and girls come walking up to your car, and that again you think, wow, you know, I can get a free shag right here, you know, and then it sits and plays in the back.
This guy, I could get a free shag right here. Pull up to the homeless encampment and be like, let's go. A free shag. Oh my word, this guy, he's really, I don't even know what words to use. He's terrible, horrifying. Kathleen said earlier, what? He's a pig. I don't even think we can all find the words to describe him. He really thinks that he's like, yo, us guys, you know, we're all like this, right? No. I don't think they're relating to you right now, sir.
Your mind over and over, and then a month later, your wife falls asleep, and you're sitting there watching TV. It's midnight, and you're like,
I can get a freebie somewhere.
Yeah, let's just go for a quick drive and go and get something.
So is it even more exciting on a night where, let's say, you and your wife had a fight, you've got your own space, your own room, a lot more opportunity to really enjoy it more than just for a 10-minute shag, but more like an all-night experience?
Well, that, yes. You could take a girl to your hotel room. It's not a big rush, and I hate rushes like that, you know, because you're lying and you got bloody grass in your pants now, and you mud all over yourself. So
was it more exciting in the hotel room, or was it less of a rush?
It's not exciting. It's just not so. It's not so dirty. You know.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you can sit down and you can watch TV and you can have a drink.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Again, driving around picking up that, I've got an open alcohol container in my vehicle, and the wrong policeman, or the right policeman in a bad mood, you know, stops me and says, "Let me look at your vehicle, sir." You know, so you don't want to be driving around. That's why I try and it's quick and gone. You know.
Mm-hmm. So in a room though, but you have more opportunity, you have privacy, you have
and then you
the
can,
nice bed,
then
the shower.
Then you can drink.
You can drink and you can enjoy yourself, which is probably how this night started out. Right, when you got her there, it was a perfect setup. You're in your own room. You're away from your wife. You can enjoy yourself. You can have the fantasy. You can enjoy it. And that's how it started out that night, right? Everything was great. But then something happened that night with her that changed that. Like, she changed her mind, and you got all worked up, and you were ready to go. And I'm a guy. I get that.
Yeah.
I know how the physics work. I get it when you get all worked up and ready to go and excited, and then boom, she changes her mind. And I'm thinking that's probably what happened there. Like, she was all about it, and you were all about it, and then all of a sudden she just wanted you for your alcohol. And I'm guessing that's probably what happened, right? And it made you all of a sudden snap back, like, what? You know, I was ready for this. I had this all ready. I got a room for this. And then she changed her mind, and that kind of ruined it for you, huh? Is that what happened that night?
That's probably what could have happened.
Exactly. And I get that. I get that. Like I said, I'm a guy. I know how, like, you get all in the anticipation. Like I said a minute ago about the jump, it's the anticipation is like the high, the rush. And then you get to that point, and then, something happened with her. She changed her mind. She's only using you for your alcohol. I want to leave. I want to get out. No, now she leaves. Now what? Now you've been drinking. You're in the room. You're by yourself. Now what? Now you're just back in that situation at home again. Is that what happened that night?
That sounds logical, yeah. That does sound logical. Rejection, that's what you're talking about.
Exactly. Rejection. You got rejected. And typically, you're not getting rejected. Typically, they're not doing that.
Yeah.
She wanted to go, and you were already past that point of you were there. You were ready to go. And you didn't want her to go, right?
That would make sense. That would make sense.
It would make sense.
Yeah.
But
That's what happened.
tell us what
right?
happened.
I'm saying I don't
But
remember.
if that's what happened, that does make sense.
Yeah.
If that's what happened, that's all. We just need to know that. You can tell us that. Because that makes sense to me. Like, I totally understand that. I would totally get that. Like I said, we've all been in that situation where we're on a date with a girl. This is it. It's going to happen tonight. And then, oh, she changed her mind. That sucks. And I think, I mean, if that's what happened, we understand that. We totally can appreciate that.
Yeah.
And you can tell us that. So did she want to leave that night and you didn't want her to go?
I'm serious. I don't remember this girl. I believe everything you're saying, but I don't remember doing this. I don't remember this girl. I honestly don't remember anything up until the morning I woke up. I mean, I opened the back of my truck and here was this person lying there. No one else could have put it there. I must have. You've got photograph of me putting it there. But I do not remember it. I do not remember doing that. I don't remember any of this stuff. I don't remember this.
Is the rejection, is it embarrassing that happened? Is that kind of hard to talk about because it's embarrassing? Because I can understand that too.
No, I'm a guy. I get rejected a lot. You know, I've always been short my life, so I've often had girls. You know, I'm used to it.
Is it possible that maybe though, when you've been drinking a little bit, your mind's a little different? You know, when people drink, they lose their inhibitions. They sometimes make decisions they wouldn't normally make. So is it possible that when you got that rejection that night, that it made you do something that you wouldn't normally do? That you made a mistake basically, and you got angry and you did that to her because you were angry that she rejected you? Because you had it all set up. You had the bottles of alcohol. You had the room. You brought her back there. Everything was good to go. And then the only thing that screwed up that plan was her wanting to leave.
No, I don't know. I don't think I would react like that. I don't think I would react like that from any kind of rejection.
It's fair to say you didn't get rejected from this type of person.
No, she was into it. You know, in the car she was touching me all the time, and yeah, and she was splittering all the time as well, spitting. So I actually wanted to finish off there as quickly as I could. You know. Yeah. Okay. I've had more than just 3 little girlfriends. I do go up and pick up girls and stuff. So, yes.
You see, as he goes, it's, oh, I don't remember, nothing, denied, and then it's like, well, actually, here and there, slowly but surely, he actually confesses more and more. He's like, well, I've had more than 3 little girlfriends. Yeah, we can tell. I can't believe how he speaks about women. It's unbelievable. Kelly said, oh my, this guy gives me the heebie-jeebies. Yes.
When was this one?
This was the same weekend of this. The first 2 nights I stayed at another little hotel until I found out that I could actually stay at a Marriott cheaper, and that's when I picked up these girls.
Which hotel was that?
Is this a map?
Yeah.
What area of town was it in? We know all the hotels. What's it near?
It was a little Roach motel.
I have Google Maps, so they're going to help you.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
What part of town's it in?
It is on the Seward Highway goes, and then it turns on the way to Whistler, that road.
Okay.
The second or third turn off, right next to the road, there's a little...
Across from the airport? Across from Merrill Field?
Very close to Merrill Field.
By the castle?
Castle.
The castle sex store?
Oh, that place. No. Further up.
Further out of town or further in?
No. There's that... there's a shopping mall, there's a Safeway, and there's a Home Depot.
Oh,
Okay, so you're driving towards, so there's a Safeway, Home Depot. Then is it called the bar or Bergar or the bar, whatever? And that goes over the road going to Wasilla side, and just past that, on this side, on the Home Depot side, it's a very dingy little place. And this girl suggested she knows a place we can go there, and I told her as well that I'm.
would you recognize the name? Was it Arctic Turn?
Yes, Optic Turn. I think that's the name of it. It's a really.
It's got log siding on it, and it's.
Yes. Yeah.
And you were registered there,
Yeah.
and it was more expensive than the Marriott.
Yes.
That's pretty sad, huh?
I didn't realize that I had disc that I could get a Marriott room for $50 a night. So.
So that's 4. How many girls did you have at that hotel? Over how many days? 2 days?
Yeah, I was there 2 nights. Yeah.
So 2 nights there.
Yeah.
How many girls?
It was this girl that I could remember.
Just one? In 2 days?
The second night, the first night, I got this girl.
Where'd you get her at?
She was actually just across the road there. I was driving around looking for, and I was going through the list of, I was Googled cheap accommodation, and I was Googling cheap accommodation, and then I was going to go past there, and then I saw her on the side of the road, and I picked her up. Yeah, and then she suggested the place, and I said, okay, cool.
And then, so you stayed there, that was the first night. Did you have a different girl the second night?
No, I'm sure the second night I didn't.
Stay by
I was
yourself?
just tired. I just wanted to sleep. Yeah, and I had a serious hangover from that night because we.
So how long did you fight with your wife? So then that would have been the last day of August.
We had a very serious fight. She. We'll have a disagreement about stuff, and I'll tell her, listen, stop, I don't want to talk about it anymore. And she will go on, and she'll carry on with the thing, and I'll say, stop. And this is the second time that I actually walked out, you know, and I said to her, the first time I walked out, I stayed at some other little hotel downtown, and anyway, I was there for like a night, and then I went home the next day. And I still said to myself, and I said to my wife, if I ever walk out again, if you ever make me so angry that I walk out, I'm going to divorce you. And that's one of the reasons why it took so long for me to do my naturalization. I could have done it 2 years ago. And I always thought to myself that I don't want to do it. I don't want to get naturalized because then technically I don't need my wife, because she's my financial sponsor. You know, a legal immigrant has to go through all these things. You know, illegals don't have to worry about that. So anyway, that's why I didn't want to, because I was scared that I'm going to walk out on my wife, and you know, if I'm naturalized, I can walk out and I can go live by myself now. And anyway, so.
This guy, like Tiff says, why are these kiddos such cheap bastards? I've never seen one quite like this. The way that he talks about money and just cheap hotels and a free shag, and now he's using his wife financially as well. I mean, he totally, in my opinion, it seems like he totally targeted her from South Africa, met her online, targeted someone. She worked in immigration as well. And off he went. And it's like, no, she's my financial sponsor. You know, so I've seen some of the documentaries will say, you know, that he got there and he worked hard to try to make ends meet. He didn't really have to. She was his financial sponsor in that way. He worked some odd jobs. He worked at like a tire shop, and he worked in hotels as a maintenance guy. So it's just the way that he even talks about his wife. He's talking as if he thinks it's normal, but it's not normal. He doesn't know that, clearly, right? Misty said, thanks for all you do, G, and the mods and Grizzly community is awesome. I watch every episode. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for your sticker and for being here. Please all like and share. There's a lot of things this guy will say that YouTube will not like. So If you want others to learn about this information, please like and share so that they can at least find the video.
That night, we had an argument, and I thought to myself, stuff that, I don't care. You know, they can send me back to South Africa, I'll go flip and die there. I don't care. You know, that's how angry I was with my wife. And then so that's why I drove around looking for a place, any place. And it is on the second day, I was at work and I spoke to the one guy and I said, like, don't we get discount if we're at Marriott? And he said, yes, you can go anywhere, it's like $50. And I said, oh, shucks. And then he went and booked me in at that hotel. And there we go, I went and I stayed there for $50 compared to the like $70 or $60 or $17 at this place. Yeah.
Okay. So then you stayed at the Marriott.
For those 2 nights, yeah.
Tell me about that one.
That's my stomach, that.
Who's that on the bed? And that's obviously in the Marriott room, right?
That looks like, yeah. That's me, that. Well, that's my stomach, definitely. Yeah. That's my dick. Yeah.
Who's the girl on that one?
That girl looks like she's got long hair. For a week. Is that the same girl?
Brian, we're getting to the point where it's almost getting ridiculous. For us to continue.
Listen, if you want me to...
No, what I want you to do is just, I mean, I think you remember this, and I think that apparently the explanation is that this other person that does this is somebody you don't want to tell us about or whatever.
I'm not schizophrenic. I don't have...
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that you're
multiple
schizophrenic,
personalities,
but you're living 2 different lives, right?
Yeah.
And to clarify, schizophrenia and dissociative identity disorder are very different. But he's just lumping it all together, you know, yeah. He doesn't know much about that topic at all. Mm-mm.
That's what people do sometimes if they, but frankly, when they kill somebody, nobody knows that that they're that kind of person. They're even capable. Your wife is, I'm sure, sitting here telling the detectives that no way, you have the wrong guy, right?
Mm.
But there is this other person that does this stuff, right? And is it because you don't want anybody else to know that person, that you're capable of that, or that?
Well, obviously I don't want people to know that I pick up girls. I don't want anyone to know.
All right, but we just need to know. And it sounds like when you left the house, you were very angry. So
I was.
All right. So what we need to know is how this and this, all this apparent consensual stuff, got from that to this. Did you do this to her because of you were angry at your wife?
No.
And your wife rejected you, and you were, I mean, what? So what?
No, my wife has never rejected me, but my wife actually, she wants to have a more physical relationship. But
it hasn't been happening, right?
Yeah, it hasn't been happening. It's difficult to, it's complicated to understand. I once told her that she spoiled sex because it's such a procedure to get the whole thing going, you know.
So what was the difference between these girls, this girl? What happened those times?
So he's super cheap and super lazy. It's like this whole procedure to get things going, just to have sex with my wife. What? But then you'll prowl around, drive around, looking for somebody to take advantage of. And sometimes get hotel rooms, get alcohol. I mean, that sounds like a lot more of a procedure, hey? I don't think it's about the procedure. I think it's about what gets him going. And it sounds like it's, yes, definitely in the serial killer category, right?
Compare what happened this time compared to those times, because something happened in there. And I think we kind of got close to it a minute ago, that these girls were immediately like, let's do it. And same with Alicia, like, let's go. Like she said, hurry up. And I think that's something you got used to. That was the convenience and the, hey, we're going to get this going. And I think something happened with her, and I know you remember her. I know you remember this girl, and
Do you remember that photo? Because you don't remember these cards. Do you remember taking that on your phone?
No.
So you don't. So you don't remember taking this photograph.
No, that is me. That's my stomach. That's definitely me. If I let's put it this way, that this might sound bad, but it wouldn't have been such a big deal that I remember that photograph. You know, I might have just wanted to record me and a girl doing something. You know, like yeah, just take a photo of.
But you remember taking that.
I remember taking photographs of this girl.
And you remember taking this?
She had an amazing little bum. Yeah. This was a. This is going to sound.
The things he says, I'm going to say some dirty words now. I'm going to repeat what he said. He's like, yeah, that's my stomach, that's my dick. Someone in chat was like, did he just say that? Yeah, he did. And now he's just like, oh yeah, no, I remember this girl. She had an amazing little bum. Wow. Prepared to be shocked. Okay, we had 2 hours and 23, and the whole interrogation is 5 hours and 41 minutes. This guy talks and talks and talks and talks and talks. We're going to watch all of this today.
Sick, but it was like a joke, you know, like a.
I did that. I was poster, and I just drove her and left her there. So you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember. It wasn't a big event, so yes, I took that photo. Yes, I did, but I don't remember physically taking it. I don't remember.
But you remember taking all those. So
I remember taking photos of this girl. She had a very, very nice little.
So
bump.
the only thing you don't remember doing is taking pictures of this dead girl. You remember all these other people, but you don't remember the dead one.
This I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't. I do not. I know you don't believe me. I know you don't believe me. I do not remember this. I do not remember this. I do not remember that. I do not remember it.
I mean, you documented the whole thing basically with photographs. You don't remember any of these photos. Close-ups, general views, mid-range views, close-up.
Jesus.
It's pretty convenient that you remember all these other photos, but there's one particular ones you don't remember.
I know what it sounds like, but I do. I'm not trying to say I blacked out. You asked me a question if I've ever blacked out. I answered you honestly on that. I'm not saying I blacked out on anything else. I'm just saying I do not remember this. I don't remember doing this.
Which is odd that he keeps on insisting on that, because they found more copies of these same photos at his house. Remember, they were on his phone. The sex worker stole his phone, and then she looked through it and was horrified at what was on it. Then she stole an SD card to transfer what was on the phone onto the SD card and sent it to the police. Okay, but at his house, during a search warrant, they found those photos that were on his phone also at the home on like a flash drive. So he definitely remembers and definitely collected these photos and videos.
You're in disbelief that you did something like that?
I do not believe I can't believe I could have done this.
It's different than the person when you go out at night and pick up prostitutes, and for whatever reason on this night it went bad. You either planned it to be like that, and that's why you got the hotel room. Mm-hmm. All right, and the Adidas bag or the duffel bag or backpack or whatever it is that you carry with you, that you had with you that night, is the kit that you used, or that just happens to be the clothes that you took out with you when you left. All right, and because there's photographs of that. All right, so I think at this point, with everything that you've seen, you owe it to yourself.
You know, I left home. I just grabbed a work shirt and a work pants. Mm-hmm. So I went and got more clothes. I bought a bag and I bought clothes, jeans and shirt and stuff like that. So that's what I was carrying around with me. It's not a kit.
Okay.
Of that.
Okay.
I went and bought clothes.
Okay.
So yeah. So I'm not a premeditated person.
Okay.
That's doing things.
Good. I'm glad that you're not that person.
Yeah.
So then there's another explanation for what happened here. It wasn't that you went out that night looking for somebody to bring back to my hotel room and kill. You went out that night to find one of these girls, right? And you found one. And you took her to the hotel room. And then instead of just taking photos and leaving them, this happened. And you're the only one that can provide an explanation as to why this type of behavior, this person, turned into this. Whether this was intentional or whether it was an accident. The only way this could be an accident is you fulfilling some type of fantasy by videoing it and it going too far. Because it's on video. So you either intended to kill her or you intended to videotape this for yourself and it went too far.
That's probably what happened. But
Which one is probably what happened?
something went too far.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm yeah. I don't remember this. I'm not going to say believe me because that's a trigger word, but I don't remember this. This, yeah, I mean, that's, you know, it's like these. I've taken photos before when I've with the girls. It's
All right. You're a good person that has a vice of wanting sex because you haven't been having it with your wife in a year or two. Everybody's going to understand that. I understand that. I have a wife. So everybody understands that. All right? So we just need to get to the point where what happened with a good person who doesn't make mistakes, that lives this other life, this other fantasy life, because this is what this is, right? You're able to do things with these girls, take photos of them, that kind of stuff that you don't get to do.
you don't do
normally.
with your wife,
Right.
Yeah.
And that excites you, right? And so tell us what happened to this night with this person that was different about this, and why that person did this, and how it got to this point.
I don't know what would have made me do this.
Have you fantasized ever about killing somebody? And I mean, previous. I'm not even talking with Alicia. Just have you ever? I mean, not just out of anger, like you're so mad at your wife or whoever that you wish they were dead. But have you ever fantasized about killing somebody?
Well, not fantasize, but often just from watching a movie or something, you look at things and you say, well, they shouldn't have done it that way. And yes, myself and people I've been talking to, whatever, you know, we've often sat down and thought of what's the perfect murder, you know, what would you do, how would you do it? And Alicia and myself, we also spoke about that. You know, what's the best way to do it, how would you do it? And Alaska apparently is like the best place to do it. You can drive 100 miles somewhere, dump something, and no one's ever going to find it. You know.
Okay, that sounds like he researched that before he even met his wife online. Like, you know what? Alaska's the best place to do it. You could drive 100 miles and he still says dump it. I mean, wow. My goodness. Beck said he was definitely selling this content and probably had fans, sadly. It does sound like he could have been, because he did say on some of that horrifying audio, in my movies, everybody dies. And then he said that a person has to know when they're being serial killed. And then he said, what will my audience think, right? Who's his audience? Who's watching? Where's this content going? Yeah. Yeah, Kathleen said he definitely started fights with his wife to storm off. Yeah, I think he'd probably pick a fight so that he could storm off and be like, that's it, I'm staying in a hotel for the night. Yeah. Or even just go out for a bit, as he said, right? Citrus Bloom is like, I don't know. Yeah, he says, I don't know what made me do this.
So,
and look at all these people. Look at it's a target-rich environment. Right? I mean, honestly.
well, yes, I have heard that there's been a lot of murders around here. I do know that. My wife was telling me about when 20, 30 years ago, when the military base started growing big, some of those soldiers were picking up people and taking them to at something falls. It's just past Eagle River. There's like a falls there, something like that. Apparently there was some soldier that was killing people out there, raping girls. So I've heard about these things, and yes, friends and I have spoken about the perfect murder. How do you get the perfect murder?
Have you ever fantasized about killing any of these people
No.
that you pick up? How easy that would be? I mean, you just dropped it. Nobody knew you had this person, right? We didn't know you had this person until just now, right?
No, I wouldn't have.
But you could have taken her out somewhere and...
No, there were people. We were in town, yeah, I wouldn't have fantasized about that.
While you were on your trip, another thing that you were looking up is basically making a confession to the police on your deathbed. Something you Googled, something you were searching. Can you tell me about that?
Uncle Google's gonna get you. He really underestimated the Alaskan police. He underestimated people. The sex worker that he picked up for a date, Valerie was her name. To just leave his phone unattended in the vehicle as well, thinking, whatever, nothing will happen. But it had terrible evidence on it, right? And she stole the phone and then gave it to police as well, even though she was scared to, because she was scared she'd be arrested. Her name was Valeria Casler. She did the right thing, man. She saw something, she said something, and it probably saved many, many lives. How scary is that? Also, they did say, I think it was on her birthday, the verdict came in. So, yeah, Valerie heard about the verdict. She heard about the verdict on her birthday, which was February 22nd. She saved lives by overcoming her fears, turning what she had into police, and stopping this alleged serial killer in his tracks. So, yes, he underestimated all of that. You can hear, though, that he researched before. That would be interesting if they could research the phones that he had in South Africa and what he'd Googled there. Maybe he had made new Google accounts, what I mean. Obviously, if he had the same one, they could research what he was researching in South Africa. But to be like, they say Alaska's a really great place to murder. And they said, and it's a target-rich environment. He's just like, Wow. Girls, Nana said he's a real sicko. Yes, he is.
I did not do that.
Well, it was in your search history on your Google.
I did not search making a confession on my deathbed. I did not do that.
Anybody else have your phone while you were gone?
No. My wife and myself were together. She doesn't know how to use a phone at all. So, yeah. No, I did not Google it. Whoever told you that is telling you a lie. Or, if you search something, there's sometimes a result of stuff, and you don't know what the result is. But I would never search about anything like that. And if I log into your computer now with my Gmail account, and I type anything in there, it'll show me everything I've ever Googled. So I can prove it to you right now. Yeah.
So are you okay with, like I said, because this is big, everybody's going to hear about this. Are you okay with everybody knowing that, the big revelation in this thing was, I don't remember. Are you okay with it being like that? You okay going out like that with them knowing that this was his explanation? You think everybody's going to understand that?
No one's going to believe it. I don't believe it.
Well, everybody's going to believe that it happened, because we're going to go. We have evidence to show that it happened. We can show them exactly when it happened, where it happened, where you dumped the body. We can show them everything.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to believe that it happened.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to know that it happened. But what they're not going to understand, and like I said earlier, people aren't going to understand it when somebody lies. And people aren't going to understand, I don't remember. Because they're going to know that you remember that, that are the other girls. But it's the convenience of, I don't remember this one particular time when he ends up dead and in a ditch and, several weeks later, bones.
Kathleen says, perfect. A wife that isn't tech savvy, so it could be as creepy as possible without her finding out. And I think she's 20 years older than him. So if he's 53 now, she's in her 70s. So yeah, I don't think she'd be bothering with all the Google and, Googling and the computers and all that. Maybe she did. Who knows? I'm just agreeing that he's like, perfect. His wife's not even tech savvy. I could have flash drives and Google accounts and all these things. Wow. Hidden in plain sight.
And people would understand if, like the reasons we gave you, that something happened, there was a reaction. She made you mad. She changed her mind. She ruined the plan that you had. She ruined that, not necessarily a fantasy, but you had it kind of scoped out of what was going to happen in that room that night. And people would understand that. People get that. People know you're human. People understand human make mistakes. People get human nature and, that drive, that determination. People understand that when something changes and something like that, it can make you upset, it can make you mad. People understand that. Like when they hear if you say that happened and people understand that, they hear that, like, okay, well, I get that.
Well, me too. I wouldn't believe someone who said I didn't. Like I said to you right in the beginning, if I was on a anger trip or whatever, the first moment you hit somebody, you'll come out of it. You sober up from the first little hit on the person.
Well, that's not what you did.
Because they kept going for like 30 minutes.
Yeah, so that's...
You put your hand on her throat, called her some names, you slapped her vagina, you kicked her vagina. You told her she was going to die. So you didn't come out of it.
Yeah,
you came out of it the next morning when you found the body in your truck, apparently. But then you really can't argue that, because you actually took photos of her 2 days later in the back of your truck of this body you just found in the back of your truck. And you're telling us how you took photos of these other women kind of to bolster, but yet you don't want to admit that that's what that last photo was of her at 1:10 in the morning at mile 108.5, where your phone was, where your Google was, and where that photo was taken. That was bolstering for what you did to her the previous night, just like this is bolstering what you did to her. This is just a lesser degree. This is just what everybody does. This just went one step further. You get to write the press statement instead of the press making it up.
I don't know why I would have done this. I don't know why I would have. I know I get angry. I know how to handle anger. Many years ago, a customer of mine who was a psychologist told me that I'm one of those people that keeps in anger, and she said, if I ever get angry, I must let it out immediately. She said, don't keep it in, and that's what I do. When I get angry, I'll let it out. I don't let it build up. I used to 20 years ago, but I don't. So,
if that's how he deals with it, that's pretty damn scary. He took that advice literally. Ooh, I'm feeling angry. Okay, better let that out. No, that's not what anyone meant. No.
I don't know why I would have done this. It can't. What I'm trying to say is, it can't be anger, it can't be rejection, it can't be that my dick didn't go up.
It's pretty controlled. It's pretty. specific.
Mm.
It's pretty targeted. I don't think that either. I mean, it's pretty calculated. You obviously know what you're doing. You're telling her what you're doing. You're telling the viewers, in this case happens to be the police, what you're doing. It's pretty calculated.
Mm.
There's some anger. There's some anger that comes out, but it's very controlled, very intentional, callous act.
You're very comfortable doing it too.
Mm.
Which makes us concerned. Is this the only person that you've ever killed? Or do we need to be looking for other people? Is your phone going to be at other places where we've found dead bodies in Anchorage since 2016? Is your Google going to show us there? Are we going to have any other evidence at any other hotels that this has happened? Or is this the only time that you've carried this out to this far? And that's why you didn't know what to do the next day. And that's why she stayed in your truck for 2 days, even though she was dripping out. And that's why you only took her to mile 108.5, because you freaked out.
Well, I did. I was panicking.
So to answer that, do we need to be investigating you for a serial killer, for other types of...
No.
Okay, so...
Yeah, so sorry.
But...
No,
No. He always actually sounds pretty creepy. He sounds a lot like he did on that very horrifying audio that we've heard little bits of from the trial. No. Wow, yeah, then you're lying. That's your tell. Tivnock said he's not denying it, right? They're like, so should we be investigating you? And well, he's definitely not ordinary. I think the normal response would be, no. Immediately, no. But he's just sitting there. Are we going to find, that you drove to locations where we found bodies? He's just quiet.
Or is this the only time that something like this has happened, and this is an isolated incident that happened?
I have never done anything else.
Okay.
That could be.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm sort of convinced I've done this. Obviously, I have, but no,
Well,
I've never. I don't think I've ever. Not. I don't think, but I've.
So an explanation for this would probably explain to us that that's never happened before. If you told us what happened here and why, we might be able to glean into that it hasn't happened before. But at this point, the way this went down and everything else that we have, it seems like we have to look at you for other possible stuff. And unless we have an explanation as to why this one-time incident happened, and it didn't happen to these people the days before, and then this happened.
No, let's put it this way: I've never found anyone else in any of my vehicles. Put it that way. I wouldn't. No, I haven't done anything. Put it that way.
So you've never done anything else. This weekend was an isolated incident where you went on this.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This would be isolated.
Because it was for at least in one weekend or several days.
Well, one night.
Well, these aren't all in one night. 2 different hotels.
No, well, this event, yeah.
This was the only one at that hotel. Is this the only girl you had at the Midtown Marriott?
No, I had a short-haired girl. I picked up a short-haired girl.
So you had 2 girls at that hotel over the 2 days you were there.
No,
You had this girl here.
yeah. So this one and that one.
Okay, so you had this one and the short-haired girl.
Yeah.
At that hotel.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's talk about this one.
The first night there, I didn't go out. The second night, which is apparently when this happened, not when this happened, okay, well, this happened the second night, let's put it that way.
This happened on the 4th.
Yeah. That short-haired girl I picked up on the 4th, and the morning of the 5th I dropped her off at work.
And did you say her hair was colored or something? Or
Oh yes, there was colour in it.
what color?
I don't remember.
But it was not black or brown. It was some color.
I'm sure there was colour. I'm sure she had colour in her hair. I don't remember too well. I was drunk.
Okay.
I'm even thinking now, was she just shaved and it was long? Look, you're obviously going to go there tomorrow and go look at the people there, and so you'll see. You'll find her.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember her name.
But this girl that doesn't have shaved sides or colored hair, that has dark hair, this girl was the same night you had the short-haired girl, or a different night?
Well, that's what I'm thinking now. Is that the same girl?
I mean, this is going to be time and date stamped also.
Yeah, and I don't remember specifically that photo. You do know I've got a habit of taking photos, so I'm not denying taking.
Yeah, no.
I can't remember. It's probably this girl.
I mean, we can see you like taking photos of
Yeah,
the people that you're with, and in this case, what you did.
yeah. But so many photos. I mean, usually I'll just take one or two, take a little video, you know.
But this was a.
This is a lot of stuff.
Yeah, no, this was happening.
And I do not have a YouTube channel where.
When he's like, usually, you know, I'll just take a photo or two, but this is a lot. Like a photo or two, a little video, usually. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I post snuff videos. I do not have a thing like that up.
Okay.
Well, I don't think they allow that on YouTube. Do you have
Yeah,
anything
well,
like that
well,
at all?
they-
I mean, we're going to find it. If you've posted anything, we're going to know.
Yeah, well, I don't. I don't have that kind of thing where I post videos of things. The videos of Alicia and myself, I've got on an adult website. So, but that's me and hers, and she knows about them, and that's it.
What's the website?
Oh, it's called Euro Profile.
How do you spell it? Like Euro? Like Euro?
ERO
ERO
Profile.
Profile.
Yeah.
Dot.
Com.
What's your member name on there?
Oh, it's over 18.
Over 18
Yeah.
is your account
Yeah, that's
number name?
mine. Yeah.
Okay.
I can, if you, just as a warning, if you want to go there, put on your antiviruses and your anti-pop-ups and stuff, because that's how they make their money, is putting viruses and stuff on your computer.
Alright. So just videos of you and Alicia on there.
Oh yeah,
We'll find that account, so we're not going to see any of these videos. I mean, 'cause we've already seen these videos. Are we going to see anything else like that on there?
one of the girls I picked up some other time, I've got a little video of her as well.
Do people follow that website? Like, do they follow specifically your over 18 name?
This Euro Profile is it's just a community of people that are open sexually.
Okay.
You know, so you and your wife are swingers or whatever. You post photos.
And everybody can see it.
Yeah. So and you make friends with people. I've got a group of friends on there.
Okay. Are we going to find any of these videos on there?
No. They don't allow bestiality or anything funny like that. No.
Somebody monitors it.
Yeah. So that's why why would I video it? I don't understand why I would video something stupid like this.
And talk about your followers.
Yeah, and talk about your followers. He's like, okay, I had a profile, I had a little group of friends on there. Are we going to find these videos on there? No, they don't allow bestiality or things like that. What is he even saying? I'm sure he posted these videos somewhere. He may have even sold them somewhere, as you guys are speculating in the chat as well. Yeah, Stefan said he thinks he is so smart. Yes, it seems so.
And talk about things like that. I don't know why I would do that.
Well, and you're talking to an audience, obviously. And my experience is when somebody's doing that, this is something that do you ever look back at these this isn't the first time you've taken photos. So do you ever look back at these girls and get excited? Do you masturbate to any of this kind of stuff?
Well, this one, she had a very, very pretty little butthole.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wouldn't masturbate to that, but I'd look at that and
Think of it.
and then go to Euro Profile and find something there. You know, they've actually got a live chat on Euro Profile, and you've got people sitting chatting all different
Yes, he literally just said that she had a pretty little butthole. Yes, he did. You heard it right. He said it.
types of people chatting and talking. But nothing, they don't allow even bad language. Yeah.
But in this, you're clearly making this for an audience, and it could just be yourself eventually in the future. But it sounds like you're making it to an audience.
Yeah,
you're narrating it
Yeah, it could be that I'm.
so that you can view it and see what you've done and get excited or whatever purpose you might have with that. And you wouldn't be the only one that's ever done something like that.
I know with the previous girl, the one that's on Euro Profile, the reason why I filmed that is I was quite drunk, and I wanted to remember, because the next day you wake up and you've forgotten, you know. So it was like,
What
oh
she
yeah,
looked like or what
yeah,
she was-
that's what she looked like, yeah. So, and that's probably why I've started recording those girls, just so I can remember them, depending how drunk I am.
We've been in here. Well, would you like a sandwich or a soda or
No.
chips or anything like that?
Water.
The way I'm feeling now, no, I'm not angry.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I just want to make sure
No,
we've been
it's
sitting here
fine,
for,
it's fine,
for a
it's
little
fine.
while.
I understand, yeah.
Okay.
None of us are. Anyone want a snack? I don't think so. Yeah, no appetite after listening to this guy. But he's making like, oh, no, don't worry. I'm not hungry right now. Nah, thanks.
I mean, honestly, it sounds like you're working through it, or you're thinking through it in your own mind on the best way to.
I'm
Explain
convinced.
it.
I'm convinced. I've done something. I'm convinced I've done this.
So now all we need is even if there's not a reasonable why, the thought process of, you know, what you would be thinking of and how it got to the point where, because clearly you didn't plan on having a dead body after this event, because you wouldn't have held her in your car for 2 days. You would have had a plan for that, right? So
Yeah.
right? I mean, so if you're gonna intentionally go get somebody, you're gonna pick them up, you're gonna take them to a room so that you can kill them. You would have had my
Yeah.
experience tells me you would have had a plan after that, and it's clear you didn't have a plan. So that tells me that when you entered this room, when you first got there, that your plan wasn't for this to happen. That it happened for whatever reason, and it could have been alcohol induced or everything that whatever happens to you, or fantasy induced or whatever. And I don't think it's because you're a bad person. I think it's because of whatever thought process or fantasy or event happened with her. I mean, it looks to me like here she's sleeping or passed out on the bed also. And
Yeah.
so whatever happened that night, you didn't plan to happen. Otherwise, you would have had some type of plan the next day.
Yeah, I wouldn't plan something.
You wouldn't take her home and leave her in the back of your truck, because that would be scary as hell if your wife needed to go pick something up from some friend, that some piece of furniture that she just got given or something, right? I mean, that would be terrible.
Yeah.
So clearly you didn't have a plan.
I was shitting myself. If I can speak French, I was.
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell? What happens if I get bumped?
I was shitting myself if I could speak French. Okay, bro.
There was a thing on the news the one day. A guy was driving in town and somebody side bumped him, and the policeman got there, opened the trunk, and there was a dead body there. You know, so that's like, what the hell? You know, that's things like that were going through my mind. You know, that's why I knew I needed to get rid of this as quickly as possible. Yeah. Listen, I know I must have done this. It'll be convenient for me to say yes, I was angry. But I don't. I'm looking at these pictures. I don't have mental memories of these pictures in my head. Not even that one.
Knowing you did this, how does that make you feel?
I don't like this. To be honest, much earlier on already, when I heard my voice, and you said my voice was on a video, I said to myself, well, shit, I've done this. You know, there's no denying it, I've done it, and that I can't say I'm feeling sick from it, but I don't like that I can do this, that I can hurt somebody like this. I don't like that. I wasn't raised to be like it.
So you don't even want to tell yourself. You don't even want to admit to let alone admit to us. You don't even want to admit to yourself that you did this. You think that you can say, I'm not going to remember it. I did it probably, but I'm not going to remember it. Therefore, in your mind, it won't be real.
Yeah, like you're saying, having a blocking it from my own memory. Yeah, I'm probably doing that. I don't remember. I remember vodka. I remember the short hair. That's all I remember from that. I know I started drinking when I got back from work. Got myself some stuff there, but I would have eaten, so that wouldn't have done that. At work, we sometimes guests will leave booze in the rooms and stuff, so I often come home with a 6-pack or 2. So
Remember, he worked in hotels, in Marriott hotels as well. And so he got an employee discount for when he booked hotel rooms. But also, as you could hear, he was a maintenance guy. He went into rooms, as he says, and got some alcohol that people left behind. Interrogation file says, I don't remember. Show me the video again. Weirdo remembers everything. He just wants to relive it. That's what it seems like. He's like, show me again. Show me the pictures again. Show me the video again. Right? And he was smirking at the trial as well. My goodness. Thank you, Interrogation Files, for being here with us. Well, we had 2 hours 53, and the full video is 5 hours and 41 minutes.
But if you were so drunk that you can't remember this,
then how did I remember?
You drove. You took her out to your truck, right? And put her in your truck and drove.
Yeah.
But you could drive a car, but you couldn't. But you can't remember.
Yeah.
It would seem like if you were so drunk you couldn't remember things, then
that I wouldn't be able to drive. Yeah.
And looking at the maps of your phone, you were able to get around town no problem.
Yeah.
And yet you are talking about risky behavior like you don't want to get caught with an open container. You're driving around town with a dead person in the back of your truck.
Exactly. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Because you freaked out. You didn't think it was going to get to this point, and it did, and you didn't know what to do.
But then why would I go pick up the short-haired girl? Was that before or after this? What does the timeline say? No, it can't be. I took the girl back to work in the morning.
Not unless she was in the hotel room at the same time this girl was. Did you ever have 2 women in there?
No.
No?
I've never been that lucky. Alicia and I spoke about a threesome. She's often said, we should do a threesome.
But on this night?
No. Alicia left.
No, I'm saying on this night you didn't have 2 women in your
Oh, no.
You're going to let me know if you need to take a leak or something, right?
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'm fine, thanks.
You want to take a break?
No, you need to do your job. You need to find out.
You want to take a break and think about things a little bit?
Take a sip of water. Maybe 5 minutes. What do you think?
We can take a break if you want, but yeah, we can have a break if you want.
Just maybe to let you. I mean, we've been doing a lot of talking. You've been doing a lot of talking. A lot of stuff's being processed. Maybe just give you some time to process it without us chirping at you, and think about the reality of what's happening. And
I know the reality of this. This will kill my mother if she finds out about this. And the way this is going to be in the news, obviously. No matter what I say, it will be in the news, you know?
That's right. And so what we're trying to do is give you the responsibility of saying what happened rather than us speculating or trying to surmise based on everything that we have here as what happened. You get to write your own, you get to tell what happened.
I don't want to
And
lie.
most people want that. But most people want that opportunity.
The thing is, I don't want to lie.
We don't want
Yeah,
to.
we don't want you to either.
What if I tell you, oh, it was a fantasy that went out of control, and then...
We want you to tell us the truth.
Because the thing is, if I lie, and then I do remember something, and then now you've got two conflicting stories, two conflicting...
We definitely don't want that. We don't want you to make something up. We don't want you to take one of the theories or the themes or options that we gave you. But at that point, this is what we're doing. So as investigators, all we can do, because we're not in your mind and because we weren't there, is we know what happened. We just don't know why it happened. All right. We can speculate that you didn't plan it because honestly, it wasn't very thought out because you dumped a body close to town. You carried it around in your vehicle for 2 days.
Yeah.
You took video and photos of it, and you let the SD card get out of your control.
Yeah. Which I don't know. The timelines don't match. The stuff stolen up the truck would have been different to this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did anything ever happen with any other ladies in the truck? Any other incidences that stand out to you about the SD card or?
I can't remember.
Ever let anybody in your truck that stole anything out of your truck?
One thing I can tell you is that often my phone's lying there, my wallet's lying there, and no one's ever touched anything. That's something I have learned very quickly in America, is that nobody wants to steal a cell phone.
That SD card we showed you,
Yeah.
you're familiar with that type of card.
Yeah.
Well, would that card fit into the current phone that you have?
I don't think my phone takes SD cards. I think the Note... I think this one's got built-in memory. We can have a look. You can ask the guy to open
How about the one that was stolen out of your truck? Would that SD card go in that, your spare phone? The Android?
Oh, yeah. Older ones do, because they didn't have enough internal memory, so they would have taken SD cards. Okay. Yeah.
And I'm not familiar with Android, so that's why I'm asking you that question.
But if I was selling it, I would take out any cards in it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Because the card alone is like $20, and you're selling the phone for $20, so you know. I'm sorry, I'm wasting your time. Like
You're not wasting our time. It's what we do. So I think we should take a break a little bit so that we can take a breather. You can relax if you want us to run you. The bathroom's only a couple doors down. We can have you taken down there. Are you sure you don't want a Mountain Dew, a soda, a sandwich, chips, crackers, anything?
I'm
All right.
not feeling good.
All right.
You want to step out of
Let's take
it? Okay.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, there's food. It's close. We can get it. I don't want to.
She's like, yeah, okay. You can see he doesn't need to take a break. It's just, he's like, oh, he's trying to read the room like, oh, you guys want to take a break. Okay. I think he's quite happy to talk about all of this, it seems, right? Thank you all for being here. That was Fury. If you don't know Fury yet, now you've seen him. He's always in the outro as well. We have two cats, Fury and Willow. So sometimes when I'm streaming for long, we'll probably see Willow come to say hi later as well. Then they like to get attention from me. Just like, what are you doing, lady? Kathleen said, nonsense. You never leave valuables in cars in South Africa, and you never leave a car unlocked. I don't buy that for one moment. Right?
Right, if you have any kind of food or anything if you want.
Why you want to be nasty to someone who's doing shit like this?
Well, because we don't think you're a bad person, and we're not either. We get hungry, we have to go to the bathroom, and we have to drink water. So you're a human being to us. I mean, I don't think any less of you. I've talked to much. People have done much worse than that. All right, and so that's what we try to do is just give answers.
How much worse does it get? You know.
You see that when he said, I've spoken to people that have done a lot worse than this. I was wondering how that would affect them, because guys like this want to be the worst. If they get caught, they've got to be the worst. They've got to be renowned. So when he says, well, how much worse can it get than this? See, you see that little arrogant streak there. Oh, okay, now you're going to start talking or what? It was actually pretty smart, very smart of that detective to say that. Well, don't worry. You're human. Not really, but you're human. You can eat and drink and go to the toilet if you need to, because we've spoken to guys a lot worse than you. Stefan said he loves to be the center of attention, even if it's interrogation, right? He really enjoys this. You can see it, which is quite scary. So we're at the 3-hour mark now. We've still got 2 hours and 41 minutes to watch.
Well, it gets a lot worse. Believe me. There's a lot of people that have done a lot worse than this to a lot more people than this.
Yeah.
And we've talked to them.
Thanks.
So, is there any other time since you've been in Alaska that you've ever had a blackout like that?
No, I've drank and gone to sleep and woken up the next day.
Okay.
And I can't remember getting up and peeing. Usually, if I've had a lot to drink, I will wake up and pee. So I've had that. Well, I don't remember any other time that I could have drank and blacked out and woken up the next day and there's something funny going on.
Okay. Do you take any medications?
No, I try not
Do
to.
you use any kind of drugs, illicit drugs?
No.
Any illegal drugs? And not like I'm not the drug cops. I don't care. You can tell me.
No. You can ask all my friends. I hate drugs.
So let's go back to the date, because we have the records when you rented the room on September 2nd. The day you rented the room, what time did you go to the hotel and check to get that room?
It was after work.
After work, what time did you get off work?
That day I would have finished work at about 4:30. I sometimes stay until about 5.
Okay.
If there's anything wrong that needs to be fixed.
Wow, okay. Interrogation Files says this Detective Lee, is the same one that interrogated serial killer Israel Keys. Thank you for that bit of information. Oh my goodness, okay. Thanks.
I probably would have gone to get some booze if I hadn't gotten from work, like I told you. Sometimes I get, so I can't even remember when I do and when I don't get some beers from work. The cleaning ladies actually know me, like, hey, if you're gonna give it to Brian, because then if they've got a problem in the room, I'll fix it for them. So it's a symbiotic relationship there. I probably would have gone and bought booze and some food.
Okay.
And then gone to the hotel room.
Okay. So after you got off work, you check into the room, might have got some booze, went to the room. What did you do next? I'm just trying to get a time on it. Everything you did that night on the 2nd.
Oh, wait. There's another girl. This is getting bad. I met a girl, I can't remember what night, when I was coming from somewhere and she was on the side of the road, so I said, hey, you okay? And she said she's going to the hospital, and I took her to the hospital. And then that weekend, I still said to her, hey, if you ever want to drink, give me a call, And she came around to visit me. I went and picked her up after work on the first day. Actually, I can't remember, the first or second day at the hotel.
Okay.
And she came around there, and she said her curfew was like 6 o'clock or whatever, that she's got to go back because she's in one of those halfway houses. And we sat and had a couple of whiskeys, and then I took her back. And I'd actually dropped her off with her boyfriend somewhere,
You know where?
It was close to the graveyard.
Okay.
The one downtown.
Okay.
We were past there, going down, also closer to that where the homeless shelter is, that side of like between 4th and 5th. There's one of those halfway houses there, and that's where she said, well, that's where we're going. And then she got a phone call and said, oh no, the boyfriend's here. So she said, oh, just drop me off here.
Okay.
But there was nothing between us. We were just drinking buddies.
Okay.
And that was the first night I met her. We we were just drinking buddies, you know.
And this was on the second, after you'd already checked in the room.
Well, I don't remember if it was the first night at the Marriott or the second night.
Okay.
I can't remember which one it was, but yeah. So yes, there was another girl.
Okay.
So, you know, sorry, yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't think of her.
I really think it was good how they said, don't worry, there's a lot worse than this. There's other guys we've spoken to which have done so much more than you. Now he's all like, okay, well, actually, there was another girl. We all hated when he says girl, woman, right? But he's like, okay, there was another girl. And then he giggles, oh, this is getting bad. You know, it's getting bad. oh, you want to brag now. Now you're worried that you're not the worst guy they've ever come across, is what it seems like, right? Sure.
In any sexual way, we were just, like I said, there was drinking buddies.
Okay.
Yeah, and I still gave her some wine that I bought that was a nice sweet wine, and I still said to her, next time I get this wine, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then she phoned again, and oh no, her and I, the first night ended up in Palmer. We actually went out to Palmer. Because there was we couldn't find booze here.
Okay.
So this would have been the first night. Sorry, this would have been the first night.
First night at the Marriott,
Marriott.
the night you were staying there. Okay. You remember her name?
No, sorry, no. We went to Palmer before. This was a previous time.
Not this.
Yeah,
week.
but she did come to me that first night because either she got hold of me or I got hold of her and said, hey, you want to come around for a drink, you know, after work. And then I went and picked her up. But yeah, sorry, I met her like some time before that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you'd already met her
I didn't
that
meet her
night.
on that night. But yeah, to the Marriott, I took this other girl, and she had the coloured hair. She had colour in her hair. Yeah.
Okay, so that night you guys reconnected on the first night you were in the Marriott.
Yeah, but I took her home. Well, she said her curfew was like 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock. It was like early. So
Check-in time. Some shit.
yeah, that she has to check in for.
You dropped her off at 6 or 7.
Well, I dropped her with a
Her
boyfriend.
boyfriend.
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you go from there?
I would have gone back to the hotel room then. I'm assuming I would have. I don't remember. She's a lot of stuff.
So the next
And there
day, or anything else happened that night? That night at the hotel?
No. Well, what I wanted to say was I was drinking a lot. I'm not hiding behind alcohol, but I was away from home.
Mm-hmm.
I had a chance to drink. My wife complains when I drink at home, so I actually have to sneak drinks at home. And she catches me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Okay.
so when I'm alone, tonight, if you hadn't stopped me, I was going to get a bottle of Jack and go just sit in front of the TV with a cat.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
What? I don't know if that's what he was going to do. I believe when he says, well, if you guys didn't... Did he say catch me? Stop me? Catch me? Do we have to go back a few seconds there? Maybe. Wait. 3:06:45. 3:06:10. Let's do it from there. But he's like, I would have just got a bottle of, I think he said, Jack will listen again now, and then sat in front of the TV with a cat. I don't think so. I think they caught you before you did something else. Right? Whoa.
no. Well, what I wanted to say was I was drinking a lot. I'm not hiding behind alcohol, but I was away from home.
Mm-hmm.
I had a chance to drink. My wife complains when I drink at home, so I actually have to sneak drinks at home. And she catches me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Okay.
so when I'm alone, tonight, if you hadn't stopped me, I was going to get a bottle of Jack and go just sit in front of the TV with a cat.
Yeah, right. So if you didn't stop me, if you guys hadn't stopped me, I would have gotten a bottle of Jack and sat in front of the TV with a cat.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, we have a cat. You say you got people there. Could they not take the cat, but are there still people at the house?
We'll get that figured out.
Okay.
We're not going to leave an animal in danger or anything.
Yeah,
so
just
we'll make sure.
there's food there for him.
Okay.
That's yeah.
So back to the Marriott. That night.
Yeah. So
You dropped her off. You went back to the hotel, you said?
Yeah, so I don't think I went out again that night.
Okay.
I'm happy, just me and a bottle, just sitting there watching TV, you know.
So you stayed in that night?
Yes, I
The
would.
next day you wake up, what do you do when you wake up?
Well, I would have gone to work.
You went to work?
Yeah,
Okay.
and then after work, I would have come back, maybe bought some more booze, and then when I was drunk enough, go. You know, when you're sober, you don't want to go pick up a girl. You know, you're going to get AIDS and all that nonsense. So it would have been late when I would have been drunk enough to think about things like that.
So then where'd you go when you went out?
I don't remember I don't remember exactly where I drove, but I would probably have gone to the Safeway to go get some food there.
When you say the Safeway, you're talking about the cars at Campbell?
Yeah, sorry,
Fairview area.
cars, yeah. Sorry, some people call them cars, some call them Safeway.
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to Cars. What happened when you were at
I
Cars?
probably went there. I don't remember the exact.
We're just asking what you remember, not
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah,
So
what do you
don't
remember?
guess
Yeah.
what you might have done. We're trying to figure out what do you remember last.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the last thing you remember?
Okay, if you in that way, I don't remember.
So you got off work and you don't remember what you did after that. You
I
said you probably or you would have. What did you do?
After work, the first thing I want to do after work is get my work clothes off. Because at work, when I was still at the old place, I used to clean drains and toilets and stuff like that. And 90% of the guests at the University Lake are actually from the native hospital. So these people are coming here, they've got diseases and stuff, so I'm covered with germs. So I know for a fact the first thing I do when I get home is get my clothes off. So I would have gone back to the hotel room and put clean clothes on. So we can say definitely I did that. I can't remember if I had food that I didn't have to go out, or if I already had alcohol that I didn't have to go out. I can't remember. If I tell you, I'd be lying to
So
you.
what's the last thing you remember that night?
Well, here again, I don't even remember going home putting clothes on, but I would have done that.
Okay.
Yes, but it was not such a spectacular thing. I mean, can you remember what you did 10 days ago exactly on a specific day? You know, it was just a normal day to me.
So then what's the very first thing you remember next?
Well, now with everything through my mind, the very next thing I remember was talking to the short-haired girl and saying, "You want to go for a drink?" And she said, she would have said everything would be closed because it's so late, but she knows where to get vodka.
I'm going to stop it.
Yeah.
Like we told you, you know this Marriott, it's covered with cameras. They got cameras everywhere. So it's reasonable to say that you were not seen on those cameras with a short-haired girl. So the short-haired girl does not exist. That did not happen, and we know that. We know that you were never with a short-haired girl that night. Okay, so we know that she doesn't exist.
Yes, you tell him.
I'm sure she was shaved. I'm sure that hair was short like that on the side.
On the side.
Well, I remember that. I don't remember this girl. I know she had shortish hair. I know she was butch. She looked lesbian.
When you described her, and it's possible that maybe her hair was up or something, but you're describing her body type and her height and the way her body's shaped. You're describing her to a T. There's no short-haired girl. This was the girl you were with that night, and the video shows that.
And you took a picture of.
And you took a
in
picture
front of her.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's me in a photo with
On your
what
phone.
looks like on my phone. You know. I dropped somebody off at that homeless shelter that I told you about. I dropped somebody off in the morning. I dropped somebody off there in the morning. and it was a girl, and she still said to me she doesn't like guys that much. She usually goes out with girls. That's what she said to me.
Is it possible that you've picked up so many girls over the last month that maybe you're mixing up your? Is that a possibility that you're mixing up that for another time? Because like I said, we know for a fact she was there and you were there, and we know there was no short-haired girl.
Does it show me leaving in the morning?
Well, I mean, the cameras are going to show what the cameras see.
You show yourself leaving.
Yeah,
You got a picture of right before you put her in the back of your truck, and your truck's in the parking lot.
Interrogation Files said, it's funny that he's so crude about other people's appearances. Meanwhile, in the crime scene photos, there's a nude picture of him, and let's just say he's a tiny little fella. I saw a picture. I can agree with this guy. Has no right. No one does to pick on people's appearances the way that he does. It's horrible, but yeah, he's definitely. He shouldn't be one to talk. Shouldn't be one to talk.
But that's dark. I wouldn't be leaving the hotel in the dark, because I would go to work at 8 o'clock only. So.
What time did you notice the body in your? You said it was lunchtime. You went out to eat lunch or take lunch or something.
We don't take specific lunches. When there's a gap, when nothing's happening, I'll go and sit in my truck and I'll
Eat.
have a sandwich or bite of something like that, have a sip of Coke, and then go back and work again. And when there's another gap, I'll go sit. So I'll have like 5 lunches a day.
Oh.
You know,
Great.
if we took, but back then I was still on hourly wage. So if you actually take your half an hour lunch, then you've got to clock out. But if you take a 5-minute lunch, a 5-minute break, you don't clock out. So I could get a half an hour overtime.
Oh, I see.
And they knew we did it, and basically you could get away with it because. Emergencies don't wait for you to have a lunch break, and then to happen after lunch. So, yeah.
Okay, so they're getting that laptop out, and so I have muted majority, and I had to chop out some of the audio they play because it's the audio of the murder. So we're not going to listen to that. We've already listened to in a deep dive where he talks, where he says, "You live, you die, you live, you die," like that. He sounds so scary. So, but this was terrible. So I'm just letting you know.
I know this doesn't mean anything, but I'm
There's not.
sorry I'm putting you through this.
No, you don't have to be sorry. This is what we do. There's not.
Yeah, but you could be sitting at home dealing with real criminals.
Oh, my word.
I'm gonna figure.
What? You should be sitting at home and what? Dealing with real criminals. Alleged serial killer. Sorry, guys. It didn't even sound sincere. Do you think it sounded sincere? His apology. I'm so sorry that you that I'm putting you through this. Sure.
Figure out how to way to do it, but we're gonna go over the.
Okay.
So I don't see. I mean,
Some of these new ones actually don't have DVD drives.
It may not have one, so we'll figure something out.
No,
there
you
in
don't
a
have
little
one,
bit, so okay.
Do we need to show you that?
I don't want to see anything like it. I'll get nightmares. The voice, hearing my voice there is already enough to give me nightmares, you know. I believe you that I've done something.
Are you afraid of what you're going to see on there?
Yeah, I don't want to see.
You know what's on there.
Well, if it's anything to do with these photographs,
It's all of those.
Yeah.
It's those.
yeah.
And then 16 or 18 videos or.
Jesus.
Basically, what this does, looking at this, makes you realize you know what happened, and it's just going to make it 100% that much more real that it happened, and it's going to be that much harder for you to say I don't remember, I don't recall that. That can't be me. You're not going to be able to say that. You're already almost to that point where you can't say that anyway because you already see what we have. And so, we talked about it a minute ago about there's the you that goes to Virginia with your wife and you go to work and you live a normal life, and then there's that other person that you just can't quite, you can't just come out and talk about that other person, the other things that the other person does, the girls, the having sex with girls on the grass and homeless girls and going in tents with homeless girls. That's that other person, and you can't. You're just trying to act like that's not happening. That person didn't happen.
Going into tents.
Well, I mean, you were at a homeless camp with this girl in the grass there. So I mean.
No. This was that man that. It wasn't a homeless camp. We would park there. In the daytime, people would park there. But I parked next to the bushes. I parked next to the bushes. So basically, I'd like to maybe see this, but I've got enough to believe. I believe you. I believe you. I just cannot understand why I would do something like this. And that's what your question is. Why would I do that?
I mean, we know you did it. You know you did it. We're just looking for, and there may not be a why that you think is reasonable, right?
Yeah.
But there is a why as to what happened. We might not know why it happened, but you know what happened. You're gonna see what happened. You're gonna see what you did.
Mm. I just don't know why would I get angry like that?
You're not angry.
Yeah. So you said
no. You're very calculated. You're narrating in it.
Why would I say I've got an audience?
I'm not saying that you have an audience, but you're clearly talking to. You're not just talking to her. You're narrating this. And it's because of whatever fantasy it is that you have in your mind. Whether you're going to share this with other people or you intended on it, I don't know. But you certainly intended on viewing it yourself. What do you think up until that point?
That girl's dying.
See, that's the part. I'd cut out a lot of audio there. You just heard the tail end of a bit of it there.
It's my hand. It's my arm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not going to be very hard to figure. Like I said, this is when this gets on a 55-inch TV.
Yeah, there's no voice in this one.
See, I just muted that. I muted it. It's terrible.
Just Bradley Phillips does, or whoever that is. Then
no, Bradley's a.
So now they're talking. I didn't want to miss that, but there's some background sounds. Okay, trigger warning. Because while he films the victim, he says like, "Why are you taking so long to die? Just die already." Things like that, And you're cutting into my drinking time. And what is my audience going to think and things like that.
Naughty person. Bradley's a naughty person. He's just tells dirty jokes and he's racist. He can make racist jokes.
What? Now he's talking about this Bradley Phillips again, the alter ego that he talks about. That music that he plays as well while doing this. Oh my word.
Stuff like that.
It's clear to say in your life, in your normal life, this is not something that you do on a regular basis.
No.
This is not something your wife role plays with you.
No.
This isn't even something to this extent. Did you go this far with Alicia?
No. Alicia, I would. She would say, "Put my thumbs like that," and.
So how and why?
And I would block Alicia.
So how does the good person in you, that other person who's not the good person, who's out picking up prostitutes, get to the point where this is what this person's doing? And you may not have an answer as to why you did that.
I don't know why I would do something like this. I do not know. I do not know.
Because apparently you've been fantasizing about killing somebody. You've thought about killing people. You've talked about killing people with other people and how it would be.
That's just like, that was just boasting and whatever.
But here you are doing it.
Yeah, I know. Talking and doing are two different things. I'm doing something, yeah.
You're talking and doing.
That's me. That's my foot. That is me. I'm not denying that.
And you're not denying that because you know that. You're seeing this and you know that's you. Because you remember it.
But the question is, I don't remember doing this. And I don't know why I would do this.
The good side of you doesn't know why you do that. And of course he's questioned, but the side of you that goes out and has sex with homeless girls in the grass, obviously something triggered that guy. And he might not normally have done. You might not normally have done that this far. But like I said, something about her. She did something. Whether maybe it made you mad that she was out, being a prostitute, being dirty, maybe causing spreading disease. You've already talked about being very aware of diseases and not wanting to get bit. And you talk about in these videos about her spreading her hepatitis and stuff like that. Obviously, that makes you angry. That makes you upset that women are out doing that type of thing. And I get it. That is kind of frustrating. That is irritating that people would go out and maybe put a normal Joe Blow guy going around trying to get a quickie, put him in that kind of danger of catching something like that. I can get that would make you angry. But I think she did something that night, something either she didn't want to have sex with you, she didn't want to do whatever you wanted to do, which maybe it was what you used to do with Alicia, maybe that's what you wanted to do, and she wasn't down with that. Something set you off, and it had to be something like that. She wasn't into whatever you were wanting to do that night, and you went ahead and you did it anyway. Does that sound right? Is that what happened that night?
It makes sense. It might be, but I don't want to lie and say yes.
Well, you know this happened, and you know what was going through your head that night.
No, I don't.
You weren't too drunk. You've never. I've talked to hundreds of people that have been blacked out and know and can describe what blackout means to them. You said you've never been blacked out other than one time several years. Yeah,
I don't remember. I don't remember any more blackouts.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's not a normal thing for you. Mm-hmm. So you weren't blacked out when this happened. You were talking. You heard yourself. You're clear to understand.
I can. Yeah, I'm tired there.
You're not slurring your word. We've dealt with thousands of drunk people in our time. You're not slurring your words. You're not sloppy. You're not falling all over the place. You're walking around in this room recording this, like he said, calculated. This was all you planned this, and you describe it, and you're talking to somebody when you do it.
And you could have killed her in 2 seconds,
exactly.
And you didn't, on purpose. You're calculating what you're doing to her, and you're narrating it to us. And only you can provide the answer. Because this is disturbing to look at.
I know, I don't like this.
All right, yeah. And so only you can tell us what was going through your mind and why it got to that point. Did you did you go out looking for somebody to murder?
I wouldn't want to go out and, yeah.
Were you...
Okay, I can tell you for a straight fact, I did not plan to do this.
Okay.
I've done it. I admit I've done that.
You picked up lots of women.
Yeah.
So you didn't head out that night and pick this woman up with the intention of killing her.
I did not intend to. I did not plan to go hurt anybody.
So then, what happened that changed it?
And we believe that. Look at all these other women that you've had sex with consensually. Yeah. Some come back to you to drink with you, just to drink with you. You're not having sex even with all of them. All right? But this one night with this one person, you went out to pick her up to do the same thing you do with everybody else. And for some reason,
so
you took it one step further.
She triggered me in some way.
He's like, she triggered me in some way. Condodo says, do the jurors have to watch? They did have to. The trial's already happened. He's been sentenced to 226 years in prison, and they had to watch all the videos. How horrifying is that?
So tell us about
I don't know what would trigger me like that.
Okay, but
I don't know.
So you've had some issues with rejection. maybe in the video, the picture that you took, she looks like she's either done or not gonna have sex with you. I don't know. Or you're setting the camera up to get started. That's what it looks like.
That photo of my stomach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably us getting ready to go do something.
Like you're gonna video whatever it is that you're gonna do with her. And then what happened? You know what I mean? Well, how did it get from her laying on the bed waiting for you, you getting your camera set up to go over there and get it on with her and entertain it, to...
I don't know.
Was it as simple as her turning over and saying, "I'm not in the mood anymore. I'm not tonight"?
I've had rejection.
You've had rejection,
Yeah.
but not in this scenario where you're
I've
out
never
here in this
reacted
room, where you're in a room where it's like
Yeah.
all rules are off. You know, it's all, you know, everything's.
I've never reacted.
We
like
do whatever
that.
we want.
No, I've never reacted. The few times in my life that I've gotten violent, I instantly back down.
This isn't you having a flash of violence. This
So
is at least 30 minutes of video of you honestly torturing and choking this person and having a conversation with her and other people while you're doing it.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, I'm answering your thing that, you know, that something triggered me, and something couldn't have triggered me to do that.
Then you just did it because it made you feel good. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's
You
even.
got off on this?
It's the more I'm talking about this, the worse it's making me look. You know, if I said yes, she triggered me, it'll make me look good. But so the more I'm denying
if she didn't trigger you, then tell us the truth. If the truth is that this is how you get your rocks off and this got you off, then just tell us the truth.
No, that does not get my rocks off. I don't like that.
So you're worried about looking bad?
I do, but I cannot look any bad than I do now. I mean,
That's true.
Yeah.
Someone who remembers every single incident surrounding an event, but doesn't remember the start of that event or anything that happened in that event, is pretty unbelievable.
Look, those 4 days were fuzzy because I was drinking a lot.
But yet, when we showed you photos of those other people, you said, "This was this night at this hotel, and this is what I did. And this is where I picked her up."
Yeah.
The only person that you will sit here and not admit to knowing where you picked her up is this person right here.
Okay. The reason why I can tell you with the other girl on what night it was is because she took me to the place. It's a place where she said she stays there sometimes, but I realize that's where she takes guys. So that's why I know
But
that
you
was
picked
the
this
first-
person up and took her to your place.
Yeah, but the other girl in the photo, the one at that Arctic turn place, the reason why I know she was there the first night was because she took me there. So therefore, she must have been there the first night. And the second night there, I do remember I went and got myself a whole lot of chicken and beers, and I fell asleep in front of the TV there. I don't remember going out.
So you think you look good, better not remembering than...
No, it makes me... Exactly what you're saying, it makes me look like I'm lying. And I don't remember this girl. I don't remember picking her up. I don't remember...
Do you remember dropping her off, though?
I don't know.
You remember dropping her off because you took a picture in the back of your truck and threw her over.
Yeah.
So you remember her then?
I remember dropping off. I don't remember taking the photo.
Mm-hmm.
That is...
Do you see how it looks to us when you're remembering one tiny little part? Or you're remembering stuff all around a part and then we're forgetting one little part section of it? See how that looks?
Yeah, but things are... A lot of stuff is happening. I cannot remember every detail. I can't remember taking the photo. I did take that photo. I must have taken that photo. I mean, I was the only person there, so I did take that photo. Yes, I took that photo of me dumping the girl. But I don't remember picking up the phone and taking the photo. I don't remember that action. You know, so yes, I took the photo, But I just physically don't remember that. I don't remember turning my turn signal on to turn into the place. I don't remember that. I don't remember what speed I was driving.
I mean, that's a little bit different, taking a picture of a dead body in the back of your truck compared to turning your turn signal. That's a big, kind of a big event compared to a small event, right?
Yeah, but that photo is a small event after this. You know, that's just another little, it's a little photo compared to these things. So with all this stuff going on, I'm not denying it. I'm just saying I don't physically remember taking that photo. I did take it, but I just physically don't remember it, you know. I can't even remember which dumpsters I went to where I dropped the sheet off and that canvas. I don't even remember that. There was just so much going on in my mind. And that you've got to understand. There was a lot of stuff just going on in my mind.
What was going on in your mind?
Well, I got rid of this person I found, well, this person. Back then in my mind it was that I'd found this person. So there's all that stuff, you know.
When you found this person in the back of your truck, this person,
Yeah.
did you think that you put her in there, or did you think somebody else did? What did you think at that moment?
I can't remember. It's a very good question. I am somebody that always doubts myself first. If I get accused of something, I say yes, it was me, and then find out later on I didn't. You know, but not in this case. I'm not denying this.
You know, with what he's saying there, that he says, I am someone who always doubts myself first. So if someone accuses me of something, I just say yes. But it could be, let's say if his wife is like, did you go out and drink? Did you have KFC? Because he said she doesn't like it, you know, if he's drinking at the house, doesn't like it if he's eating KFC. So he'd be like, yes. Yes, you see? Because he's admitting to something less than what was really going on, is what I'm speculating, is what probably happened.
I can't remember what I thought. All I know is I was panicking, like, what the hell?
Well, if you thought somebody else did
who's
it,
done this,
you would. The natural instinct would be to tell somebody or call the police.
That would be.
If you were guilty of something or thought you might be guilty of something,
Yeah.
then the reaction would be to hide it or cover it up.
Exactly.
For a normal person.
And I was guilty of being in a hotel room with girls.
And then ended up with a dead woman in your back of your truck.
Yes. Now, I would have. The first thing is if that had gotten out, if I went to the police, I know that would have gone through my mind. It's one of the reasons why I would have done what I did. Is if I went to the police and said I did this, they would say, okay, well, exactly like you guys did, trace back where were you, where would somebody have dumped this in your vehicle, and the last time I would have checked the back of my truck would have actually been that night, the last night that I was at the hotel, because I would have thrown my stuff in the back there.
So you would put your small little duffel bag in the back of your truck instead of in the side seat or the back seat of the truck? Because it's an extra cab, right?
Yeah, it's an extra cab. No, I would have, like, if I went and bought food or beers or something, I would just stick it in the back.
In the rear, way back?
Yeah, I would just open the thing, and that's where I would put anything that I would be carrying, you know? So, so the last time, what I'm trying to say is the last time I checked in the back of my truck would have probably been that night when I finished work and I went to the hotel. And if I bought anything, I would have probably just thrown it in the back and I would have taken it out there.
So it's fair to say the body was...
Like cleaning products, duct tape, blue, you know, those latex gloves, all which was found in his vehicle. He's like, no, didn't have a kill kit. Sure looked like one.
Wasn't there then?
Yes, well, obviously we know it wasn't, but we were talking about the day I found it, you know? That morning when I opened up and it was there. I would have known it wasn't there the night before. So therefore I would have known it would have happened that night. And that's why if I go to the police, if I'd gone to anyone, they would have said, where were you? And they would have traced me to the hotel, and there were girls there, and my wife would have found out. And that is, in my mind, why I know I probably would not have phoned the police. I would have kept it dead quiet.
Your biggest worry in this whole thing, knowing everything you know and everything you already knew, your biggest worry is your wife finding out you were with other girls? Is that what scares you the most, your wife finding out about that? Because what happens to you if your wife finds out about that? What is your wife going to do?
Well, it'll hurt my wife a lot.
And what will she stay with you? Will she leave you?
Oh, we divorced. Now we divorced. I mean, she's
And
not
what
gonna...
happens to you if you and your wife divorce? A week ago or 10 days ago, prior to whatever you did, you said you recently.
If you just had gotten caught for picking up girls.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, my wife probably would have... I actually don't know. She might have wanted to work through it, or she would have wanted a divorce or something like that. If you're trying to bring the immigration thing into this,
I'm not. I'm just trying to figure out what scares you most about, because if I'm understanding you right, your biggest worry about having a dead girl in the back of your truck was your wife finding out that you were sleeping with prostitutes and girls that were walking around. That was your biggest fear.
Yeah.
You saw that girl in the back of your truck, you're like, uh-oh, if I tell the police about this, my wife's going to be mad that I was sleeping with other women.
Yeah. Well, everybody would find out because it would become public.
So your biggest worry wasn't that you had a dead girl in the back of your truck?
Oh yes, obviously. So I see where you're going with it. Yes, I was worried about that. That's why I thought if I dump her, when I finally saw the place, I thought, okay, well, this is cool. People stop here. Somebody will find it, and.
But then what did you do with the blanket and the tarp?
I went to dump it in a dumpster.
And why did you dump it right there with her?
Yeah, well, I don't know why.
Well, you said because you didn't want to find.
You didn't want people to see it and be obvious.
Yes, but I don't know why I didn't do that and put a sign up and say, hey, here's a dead person.
Sure you do. It's because you killed her and you didn't want her to be found immediately. That's why you did that.
Yeah.
And that's why you got on while you're out of town to check in and see if the body had been found yet.
No.
That's why when you walked in this room tonight, you knew exactly why we were here to talk to you. And be honest.
You had a hunch. You're smart.
I had a hunch.
You're smart.
I had a hunch. It was
the Brian Smith smart guy had a hunch.
Yeah.
And Brian Smith, the smart guy, knew what Brian Smith, the bad guy, did, or what Bradley Phillips did, and you had to have had a thought process in your mind, whether it was on the plane or in D.C. or the 2nd of October when you read that article, which we know you did because we saw your Google search, that what am I going to do if somehow, some way, I get connected? What am I going to say? And apparently what you came up with was, I will just tell them, I don't know, I forgot, and I can't remember. And clearly you didn't know everything that we had, unless you do know what happened with that micro SD. I think you might have an idea what happened to that. I think you might know how we got that into our hands. But regardless, you had to know if we got that in our hands that it was not going to be good for you, because you know what you did in that video.
Yes. Yeah. I did not realize this. I did not know this.
No.
You didn't know it, Brian.
Yeah.
You're still saying you didn't know that.
Brian, you knew what you did. You knew what you did in the SD card, and you had it in your head. You had that little bit of glim of light that maybe they haven't found that SD card, maybe they don't have that SD card, and they'll never tie that body over there to me. You had that little bit of hope, but then you were on the other side. You're like, but if they did, this is what I'm going to be ready. This is what I'm going to say. And
you clearly didn't know you were going to have your license plate in the photos, right?
Yeah, that's. I would not do if I had to do something like this. I would not do that.
That's right. You wouldn't plan that this way.
Yeah.
Right. So clearly it wasn't planned.
Yeah.
It wasn't thought out very well. It was something that happened.
Yeah.
But it wasn't something that was planned. There was absolutely. You can tell there's no planning on this.
Yeah. Yes. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense. This is someone who's an amateur. Doesn't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, this is you.
And I'm cleverer than that.
you are. And so you would have never. You didn't need to lose that SD card. You didn't need for it to end up in our hands, because you know in your head that if we had never found that SD card, then we wouldn't even be here right now, would we?
Yeah.
But now you know. Now you realize that we do.
He literally says, yeah. He didn't think he would be caught this way. This is making him look ultra dumb. Right? So he's like, no, I'm cleverer than that. And of course, it was because somebody, a sex worker he was on a date with, stole his phone and then went through the phone and turned that over to the police. So she saw something, she said something, and that's why he was caught. Imagine if he wasn't. Imagine how much longer he may have been doing this, right? Oh my goodness.
And now you're trying to figure out how to get yourself out of it.
I can't get out of it. You got evidence. I'm going to the chair. There's,
Right.
There's more than enough
So
information.
with everything that we have here, the smart Brian Smith is going to sit here and say, I remember everything except the time I picked her up and where, until the next day when this person just happens to be in the back of my truck, and I wait 2 days because I don't know what to do, and then I happen to just take a picture because I don't remember what I did. I thought, well, I'll just take a picture of this dead person who I find in the back of my truck. No, this is you bolstering, just like you did with the drunk prostitute that you just had sex with that probably doesn't even know you had sex with her.
Yeah.
And your words, this is just you bolstering.
Yeah.
This is just you bolstering also, right? Both of these are the not smart Brian Smith, because the not smart Brian Smith wouldn't go out and have dangerous sex with someone who's probably had sex with God knows how many people.
Yeah.
So that's the type of second life or whatever that you have going on, right? But the Brian Smith knows that that's happened. The smart Brian Smith. And he has to know that there's a logical explanation that maybe that doesn't make sense to people, or it sounds weird, or it sounds kinky, or it sounds bad. But the video portrays that. There's no getting around that. So there's no getting around the way you're talking, the how direct you're being, how intentional you're being, with the narrative that you're doing. What's the smart Brian Smith going to say?
I don't know.
That's what the smart one's going to say. I don't know.
I can tell you that I am worried that I'm going to say something that's going to... Look, I'm in trouble. I know I'm in trouble. There's no lying, but I'm scared I say something that gets me into worse trouble. That makes it look like I'm a really bad person. I am a really bad person, according to this.
So you're worried that you could say something that would make you sound worse than you
than
picked
what
up.
I really am, yeah.
Then, so we already know what you are and what you did this night, right?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think of yourself?
I don't like it. I'm disgusted that I've done something like this.
Do you think that? And I'm not saying it was entirely intentional, but do you think that you, the good Brian that we're talking to, apparently we haven't seen the bad Brian yet because bad Brian did this. Do you think good Brian wanted bad Brian to get caught? That's why somebody made it so easy for us?
It could be I read a book once on, but it's called The Secret, and it's about how to do well in life. And one of the things they said was you must never underestimate the power of negative thinking. That you don't want to go to work today, so you will subconsciously start making yourself feel sick and subconsciously drive erratic so that you bump someone else, so that you just don't get to work. You will actually create that future if you don't want something to happen, or you want something to happen. And that was the thing about the positive thinking. You can make things happen. If I don't believe in a good or bad Brian, but a good Brian might subconsciously do things that would make him be caught, put it that way.
Right, it's the universe's fault that he was caught because of his negative thinking, which really just tells us that, you've been worried. Like Rex Heuermann was worried, like, when are they going to catch me? Are they going to catch me? Why haven't I been caught? Like, what's happening? Yeah, you've been caught now for being really dumb as well. really terrible crimes. But like, well, this is not how he wanted to be caught. You can hear that. He's just almost like he might as well just say, "Come on, just let me go, and I'll commit another crime, okay? And then let's just redo this. Let's catch me when it's something smarter."
Is my English coming through there? Because everything there is so stupid.
Right now, good Brian, I'm assuming, is who we have here. What do you feel right now about this woman? What do you feel about this?
Well, she's a pretty girl, and if she ended up like that, that's such a waste.
So, knowing that this person is this person and this person's dead, and that you're the one who dumped her body out on the highway, do you have remorse? I'm not seeing.
Yeah, I don't like to know that I've done that to someone. I don't like that. And she's
because she has family, right? She has family. Her family doesn't even know yet because they haven't told them.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Maybe others are wondering too. Book Mama said, just out of curiosity, G, how much longer is this interview? 2 hours. We've got 2 hours to go. Well, 1 hour 58 to be exact. Is long. You think it seems almost like it's the whole time when you watch this, it seems like, okay, it's like he's going to wrap it up and he's just going to be like, okay, fine, whatever it is. No, this guy keeps talking. He talks and he talks and he talks. Even at some point they get up and they're like, okay. And then they sit back down and he continues talking. So we've still got 1 hour 58 together.
Does she deserve to be outside of a guardrail, mile 108?
No.
Is that where you would want your wife to be?
No.
Your sister?
No.
So did good Brian or bad Brian do that to this woman and to her family? If somebody had done this to your sister,
I would kill them. If someone who hurt my sisters, I would kill them. And I've told that to Stephanie as well.
Tell us what.
Sorry, the little fades like that were already in there. So I think that's how it was received. I don't know if it's from the police like that. This copy I got is from Interrogation Files. I'm so grateful for it. But I'm not too sure why it does, because it just blends. I don't know if they redacted something. Maybe they redacted some information there if he's going to talk about his wife, things like that. His wife's name is Stephanie. I saw earlier people were confusing Alicia with the wife. His wife is Stephanie and she's 20 years older than him. Alicia was a girlfriend. He had an affair on his wife. Well, many. Clearly, we can hear that. And that's also, of course, that was one of the questions she asked him after he was convicted. Did you have sex with them? Actually, it was after he was arrested. The jail call said, did you have sex with them? And he said, no, not those ones. And then family of the victims were very upset because they said, why is she only concerned with that? Almost like, did you cheat on me or what? Like, as if the killing didn't matter as much. That was quite something as well. But anyway, sorry to interject there. I just wanted to say that.
What would you be thinking in documenting each step of this? You took photos of the hotel room, you took photos of the entry, you took photos of the door open so we can see your shoes. You took photos of her on the floor, you took photos of her after you wrapped her up and posed her on the bed. You took photos of her you documented each step of this, not only with video but with photographs.
Mm-hmm.
Help us understand that. It helps us understand understand you. That's what we're trying to do, is understand it. Because we'd like to be able to tell her family something that makes some type of sense to them. And it might, in your mind right now, it might not mean that, but I think that would be better than this person won't take responsibility for,
I'll take
what
responsibility
he did.
for it.
Well, you're not. That's the problem.
What's been confusing me is all of this. I would not do that. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't take photographs of it.
Well, okay, but this is you. This is good, Brian.
Why does he keep saying that? If it was me, I wouldn't have taken photographs. Earlier he said, well, usually I just took 2 photographs and a video, something like that. My word, the contradictions and the lies. Just say it, right? He's so close to always saying it, but it's like, 1 step forwards, 2 steps back the whole time.
So
who all he's doing is trying to not get caught having sex with somebody else. And he's more worried about that than he is this person rotting and being eaten by animals at mile 108.5. If somebody had put your sister out there at mile 108.5 and the coyotes and magpies and any other rodent that is out there been eating on her for a month, does good Brian have a conscience about that?
Yes, I do. I don't want to hurt people.
I believe that. I don't believe. I believe that for. I mean, I don't believe that you're intended on hurting her. All these people other people you've had sex with and have picked up. You know what? We're not getting calls from them saying some dude picked me up in a black truck. Because if that was happening, we've worked the sex assault unit. We would know it. We would know that truck, and we're not getting that. So generally, that person that's out there picking up them prostitutes. It's just an average Joe that's having sex, and you know what? Everybody that's doing that, almost everybody's doing that, is because they're not having sex at home. That's not a theme that we haven't heard before.
Yeah. The videos I took of the other girls, if they did come out good, I know I would have put them on Europrofile, you know. But there's no way for me to put this, so I can't understand my reasoning why I would have taken these photographs. Taking these photographs is going to get you caught.
So did you want to stop yourself?
Am I trying? Yeah. No. That makes a bit more sense to me the way I know myself.
How's that?
That I would want to get caught for something. That you it sounds stupid, but
it doesn't. It makes sense, and that's why I asked that line of questioning. It's not the first time we've heard that from people.
Why would I take photographs of my truck? Why would I? I can think to myself, maybe those ones when I'd done to take a photograph to remind me what the hell.
Why would you want to be reminded about that?
No, that this happens. Something happened, you know. For me to take photographs like this, that's stupid.
So don't you agree this is the same bolstering as at the end of this story, just like the end of this when this woman's drunk, you've had sex with her.
I wouldn't boast about that. I can tell you that I do know for a fact that any photos you take on your phone go into the cloud and whatever. Your Apple phones, your stuff gets, anything you take is gone somewhere.
But what you're doing on that video is bolstering the whole time.
Yeah.
You're saying you wouldn't do it, but that you are doing it. Somebody's doing it.
Yeah. So I know that if I took a video of me strangling a girl, I know it's gonna be out.
So then you wanted to get caught. You wanted to stop the thoughts that you were starting to have of what you wanted to do to people, and then ultimately you followed through with it and felt bad.
No, I've not fantasized about killing people. I haven't done that. I knew from this year. Mm-hmm. I knew that I've done something. I knew, Brian, you've done something. You know, seeing these pictures tells me what I've done. And I know you don't believe me, but I don't remember. I did it. It's on video, so I'm not denying it. I'll sign a piece of paper. Yes, I did it. I know I did it. You've shown me, but I don't remember, and I don't remember why I did it. Again, like I told you with that video of that book about the secret, where the power of subconscious thinking. If I did this, if I took these photos like this, it was to lead to something, and taking photos get you caught. I know that any photo on my phone would go into the cloud. It'll be on. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure those photos that the guy bought from my phone were deleted off my phone. He undeleted them. I know these things happen, you know.
And you know you can't delete things.
Yeah, it stays there. I've got
Even though you told Alicia you know how to permanently delete things.
Oh yes, yeah. That's me and her.
But you can't, because they get captured.
Yeah. You can. Okay. I'll teach you something quickly. Here's a file, your Excel spreadsheet here of your monthly whatever. It's got a file name, budget, June 2008 or 2019. Okay. When you delete something in Windows, but this is specific Windows, not Apple. I don't know how they work. That information is not deleted. The name of the file gets deleted. The first letter of that file name basically gets turned into an illegal character. That can't be a file name. You know, sometimes you'll type in something and it says, no, you can't use a backslash, you can't put a space. The same thing. So I know, I've got a big IT background. So that file is still on the computer. So if you want to permanently, so now you get undelete software. It just goes and looks for file names that have got an illegal character, and then it puts a legal character and brings it up again. Okay. When your computer wants to save another file, here's another file now, the budget for July 2019. Your computer goes along and finds free space, and it goes along and says, oh yeah, here's a file name, but it's an illegal file name, which means I can use it. And then it'll overwrite that file. And that is how you can, if you're using that logic, that is what I taught my students, how you can permanently delete something. You've over it as many times as you want to. That's how you can permanently delete something.
Michael Green says, waffle, waffle. I'm just like, is this guy literally trying to explain to them how it works? To the detective, let me explain to you how to delete things and how files will stay there. Like, don't worry, you don't need to be the expert in this now. They have the evidence against you. As clever as you'd like to sound, you made some really dumb mistakes. Thank goodness. He's a dumb criminal. Thank goodness. He won't be able to deal with that, hey? He won't be able to deal with that. Yeah. Schmieder says, I'll teach you something. The ego. His ego, it needs to recover now from being like, how could I make this dumb mistake? How is this that I've been, how was I caught like this? Okay, so let me explain to you guys how the deletion thing works. I mean, look at this. Look at this detective sitting here like, oh man, how long is this going to take? It's a lesson now, guys. He's giving a free seminar. Wow.
So yes, I know how to permanently delete something, if that's what Alicia was talking about. And that's probably, I can't remember what our conversations, most of our conversations involved mics and vodka. So I would have boasted about my IT background, you know, that I know how to delete things and whatever. So going off the subject again, if you do ever delete something accidentally on your computer, stop and leave your computer right there and phone your IT guy immediately. If you shut down your Windows, you know your Windows like makes ticking noises when it's shutting down. It's actually writing all the memory back down onto the computer again, the stuff that was in the memory. And then you run a chance of overwriting that file that I told you about that's still there, the information's still there, it's just got an illegal name. Yeah. So anyway, I've digressed there a little bit, but that's what I would have told.
Just a bit.
Alicia and I were boasting about stuff. I'm not going to say anything bad about her because I don't want to get in trouble. She's a nice girl. I really like her. That there is half of a heart. The other half of this heart is on her hand.
I know.
So
they're like, I know. What are you trying to say, dude? That there's another half that's just like you? Highly doubt it. That poor lady took her own life in 2021. You know, I mean, he's just. I'm not going to say anything bad about her because she's nice. I like her. What are you trying to say? You want to throw her under the bus right now? You want to blame someone else?
That's how we went that far, but when she left, I realized, she was bad for me. She was poison, and I was poison to her. I knew that if I gave her alcohol, she gave me sex. So I was bad for her, and we were bad for each other. So yeah, we boasted to each other. I wouldn't take anything serious.
Okay.
She's done crazy stuff, bad stuff. I've done bad stuff, and that was our boasting stuff. Each day, each time that we boasted, it was like making up a bigger, better, worse story.
So back to the subject at hand.
Yeah.
If we can.
Oh yeah.
Are we at a stalemate?
No. All of this tells me that I probably wanted to get caught.
Because you knew what you did or were doing was bad?
Yeah, I knew that this was bad. This girl is pretty.
She is.
She's very pretty. I know.
She's not your typical, probably, homeless gal. Do you remember in there whether, I don't know what the pictures are of her, but she looks pretty clean. How long was she in your hotel room? Did she clean herself up? Do you know? Did she shave her armpits and shave her genitals and that kind of stuff, or was it already done? Because she looks pretty.
I don't remember this girl. They are, as you said, I've got girls confused, and I have. I mean, I've been talking here, and I'm like, oh goodness, that woman, that. I might have gotten her confused somewhat, but I don't remember this.
You would remember the one that you recorded for over 30 minutes.
You only took pictures of
Stomping
a
on her.
couple snapshots of these other ones.
Yeah.
You remember her. And is it a possibility that way you're describing deleting things out of the computer that maybe you just have it black? You see it in there, it's there, but you're just not one to talk. You just don't want to talk about it at this point. Even though you know you should, because like you said, it's maybe like you wanted to get caught. You knew that if you didn't get caught, that you were going to have to live the rest of your life knowing what you did to her.
And there might be another one then.
There could be another one. But you wanted to get caught to make sure that didn't happen,
Yeah,
right?
to prevent anything else happening.
Absolutely. So that's why you were a little bit sloppy with taking pictures of her truck and out in the parking lot where you knew we were going to find that that's where you worked.
Yeah.
Maybe it was that sloppy that you let that other girl get that SD card and you asked her about it. He's like, hey, where's that card? That's my work card. And she denied. Maybe it fell out. Maybe you remember that, right? But you weren't that concerned about it, because if you were really concerned about losing that card, which you knew what was on there, then you would have done something about it to get that back from her, no matter what you needed to do to prevent getting caught. But like you said, maybe in your mind you really actually wanted to get caught.
Did you say somebody gave you the card and that they said that I spoke about it?
Do you recalling that? You tell me about that?
No, I don't remember.
How do you think somebody got
How do
that?
you think? Yeah.
Well, obviously that would have been in my truck.
Yeah,
Why would it just?
But it wasn't. Doesn't work in this phone. You said.
So whose phone did I use? You can just double check with this phone
To see if it works.
Yeah, if it's from there. I've buy and sell phones. I fix them and buy and sell. So I've had many phones.
He explains away the having all these phones. They said phones, burner phones, lots of phones, right? By saying, well, I had this little eBay side hustle, And he did have a little eBay side hustle. It sounds to me like you're selling off a lot of things, Maybe, so that he would never get caught, although he did. Selling off drones, selling off phones, all kinds of things. But he had a lot of phones that they found at the house.
This one I got probably the beginning of this year. Before that I had the Note 4. Before that I had something else. So
What did you have September 4th?
This phone, yeah.
So, does this card fit in that phone?
Well, some phones take that, some don't.
Does this phone you have right here take that type of card?
I don't know, because
Have you ever put this type of card in that phone?
I don't know. I don't know if that phone can take this card.
Have you ever put any kind of card?
Yes, I have. So
For what?
Well, some phones, like your iPhones, don't take SD cards. They've got enough built-in memory. So if you've got a phone that doesn't have enough built-in memory, like the Note 3 that I've got, or the Note 4, that thing doesn't have enough built-in memory, so it's got a slot. So the new phones are all going away from using SD cards, and they've got built-in memory, and that's why they also automatically upload to the cloud.
So this phone, if you put it on an SD card, it doesn't automatically upload to the cloud. It's stored here.
Okay.
This phone that you have right now, which you had September 4th,
Yeah.
it takes cards.
Does it?
Well, I'm asking.
Oh no! What I'm trying to say is that I see we're getting tense here. I don't know, because I go through so many phones.
So you can't
rem-
recall if this phone
Yeah.
that you have takes
Yeah.
SD cards.
But if you go have a quick look, open up the back and see if it does. That's the only way, you know. But the phone that was stolen out of, or that whatever I lost, that one might have had. That's all I can think, is that one would have taken SD cards, because that was an older phone. That was like a little $20 phone. So that one definitely would have taken SD cards. And that was gone
Before this.
after.
When did you made the report to the police about your truck being broken into prior to September 4th?
Was it before? Yeah.
Did you lose a phone other than that time and after the September 4th incident?
Unless I lost the phone after that.
How did that happen? Can you tell me how you lost that phone?
Well, that's the only thing I could think, is that some girl took the phone. But like I was trying to explain to you, yeah, in Alaska people don't steal phones. So I wouldn't have thought of that she took it. But I did notice that the phone was missing. I did notice that the little phone that was lying in the front is missing. And that's why I mentioned it. So that's the only phone I can think of that had that. Me again, I will tell you that. Oh, but you say these things are zoomed. You can see the photo of my stomach. That's a brilliant clear photograph. These other ones are all fuzzy.
So it's been taken off the video of the SD card.
But look at that one over there. Did that come off my phone or off the SD card? Oh, that's from the SD card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's a different phone.
Then that one.
Yeah, but that one of mine takes those brilliant clear. It takes like this kind of resolution.
So which phone did you take that with?
So all I can think is that's the little phone that I was selling, and I must have put that SD card in that little phone and filmed it.
And have you sold that phone, or where's that phone at?
Well, that's the one that's gone, and I was assuming it was taken in the when they broke the window and stole my stuff. I'm assuming it was that, but now if I'm putting it together, that phone was probably still in the car, and I used that phone on this.
How many prostitutes have you picked up since September 4th?
I don't.
Or after this? So this should have scared smart Bruce. How many prostitutes did you pick up after you found a dead prostitute in your back of your truck? Or a homeless person?
That one that was passed out drunk on the ground.
That was after?
Yeah, that was definitely after.
Just one? So any more females after that?
I don't think so.
Did you pick any up and just talk about things? And not have sex? Or did you pick any up and just drink? Or
I have picked up many girls, and we'll just sit outside of Safeway and just sit and chat and talk. Like I said, I know for a fact when I've had enough to drink, I don't work, so trying to do anything is a waste. And yeah, I have on many occasions picked up girls just to talk. But I can't remember
Just to talk.
if I've done anything since that happened. That drunk girl, yes, I remember that. And that would have been one of those things where I've driven past and there's someone on the side of the road and it's bugged me and bugged me and bugged me.
Did it worry you that even after knowing that, What, picking up other girls, did you have to worry in the back of your head that was going to happen again? What happened in that hotel room?
No.
Did you worry you were going to wake up the next day and there'd be another dead body in the back of your truck when you went to go pick up them other girls? Especially the one that was passed out drunk in the ground there?
That's probably why I just left her there.
Why?
If there was something in the back of my mind that I'm worried about waking up, then that'll explain why I just left her there. And also, she was drunk. I wouldn't have known where to take her. But yes, if I was worried that I'm going to have more people, I'm going to wake up and there's people in the back of my truck. Yeah, I wouldn't want to do any more. I wouldn't be going out, and it did scare me. That did scare me. That incident did scare me.
But not enough to make you stop going and picking up girls.
Which incident?
Well, dropping the girl off. Dumping the girl on the side.
Did it scare you that you killed somebody?
Well, I'm sure in the back of my mind I knew that I was involved there somewhere. It's stupid to believe that someone else kills someone and puts them in the back of your truck. I would have known that in the back of my mind that there was something.
So you knew in the back of your head that you had done something?
I did suspect it, but I
You knew in the back of the head, the side of your head, the front of your head, you knew you had killed somebody.
Yeah. I knew there was something funny going on. I knew there was something had happened.
You knew you wanted to get caught. Is basically what you've been telling us. You knew you wanted to get caught because you were afraid it was going to happen again because you knew what you did. Is that right?
I could probably say that, but yeah. I can't believe I did this, so therefore I can't believe I would do it again. But subconsciously, I knew I've probably done something. I did know something bad had happened. I knew that, and I probably did want to prevent anything else happening again.
Because you knew you lost control, you couldn't control it, and you were afraid it was going to happen again.
Yeah, I don't like. There is something about me. I don't like losing control of something.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was 28 years old when I took weed for the first time. I was scared I'll get addicted. I had a nose job the other day, last year, and they gave me pain pills, and my wife said, "Oh, those are opioids." And I put them down. I didn't touch them. I lived with pain. I'm so scared of.
So you knew what you did.
He's a very good boy, okay? And he doesn't ever want to lose control. But him saying, yeah, I probably wanted to be caught is also a way of like recovering his ego because of how he got caught. So now it's easier for him to just say, yeah, obviously I wanted to get caught. I needed to do this to be stopped. No, I don't believe that. He would have loved to continue doing exactly what he was doing. He just is upset that he got caught.
You were scared of getting hooked on maybe enjoying it too much and doing it again. You knew that was a possibility that was going to happen.
Probably. Although I maybe not enjoying it. Maybe.
But you enjoyed it. You watched the videos, and we can sit here and watch them all, but it's clear that you were enjoying what you were doing. You're giggling. You're laughing.
I'm fucked up.
You're calling her a bitch and telling her to die.
Well,
So
you're the smart Brian's the normal good person, but that part of Brian or Bradley that is doing this has some stuff that needs to be talked about and has some issues that need to be worked through.
You can't work through shit like this.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, there's people that'll help you work through this. This kind of stuff happens for a reason. With
one of my big arguments about life and crime and why we need decent politicians is that you've got to nip crime in the bud. I don't know if that's an American term.
Yeah.
I've often said, little Johnny walks down the street and he throws a stone through the window, and you realize, oh, I got away with it. And tomorrow he throws a brick through the window, like he gets away with it. He gets brave, and he'll walk into a shop and steal a little candy bar, and he gets away, and it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And then one day, little Johnny goes and kills somebody. You know, and if you'd stopped him when he stole that candy bar, he would never have gotten that far in life.
So
Okay, so it's everybody else's fault that he is now an alleged serial killer. All those police all along the way, they didn't stop him from stealing their candy bar. Little Johnny, you know. No, it's little Johnny in the story. Walking around, you know, throwing pebbles through windows and then a brick. Stealing candy. I know it's his analogy, but like, come on. The analogy is to deflect blame. And he'll blame anything and everyone else except himself. You know?
What should you have been stopped doing before you killed somebody? What would have stopped this from happening?
I don't know.
Picking up prostitutes? DUI?
Oh,
what are the things that...
Oh, yeah.
Because you're little Johnny right here now.
Yeah. But I don't remember progressing like this.
Well, this escalated quickly.
Very quickly. I can tell you, I respect the police a lot because of the work they do. But I know that if I've got a drink inside of me, a couple of drinks, I'm not scared to drive around.
You lose your inhibitions.
Yeah, and that is disrespectful and it's not right. And sooner or later, that would have gotten out of control. Sooner or later, I know, you know, we all know, and speak to any paramedic, 90% of the people knocked over on the side of the street are knocked over by a drunk driver. And I was clearly in that league.
You were snowballing.
Yeah.
So does he think that when he puts a body next to a railroad, they're going to think, oh, it was probably just someone drunk that got knocked over? I wouldn't be surprised. Because he'll never, you know, he blames everyone but himself. Oh,
I mean, I would sit, like I said, I have sat with girls in my truck right outside of Safeway there, and because they see you coming out of the liquor store with stuff, and you get in the truck, and then they like jump in and just park right there and finish off a bottle of vodka. With Alicia, us taking a bottle of vodka and going and sitting on the side of the road drinking it was nothing. And then I'm still driving around. And we go pick up her kid from kindergarten school, and we both got like half a bottle each inside of us. So sooner or later that has to stop. And I've known in my life every now and then I get out of control or something, and something bad happens, and it's
Yes, tell us more about those bad things. And also, they're not discussing an alcohol problem. They're discussing a bit of a killing problem. You know, he's always trying to avoid that topic.
Saves me. That time when I was arrested for the DUI, I mean, I told you I was drunk and I waved at the police. I mean, what kind of sane person waves at a police, you know? He knew I was drunk. He saw I didn't have a helmet on, so I was obviously drunk. So when that happened, I stopped drinking for like 2-3 years. I was so, you know, I'd learned a lesson from that. I know with my drinking now, I'm not blaming this on drinking, but sooner or later, I was going to, if it wasn't that, I was going to kill someone in a car accident.
So, I think...
How about in a hotel room? How about strangling people, shooting people? We're not talking about drunk driving. It's making me annoyed. My goodness, we had 4 hours and 11 minutes. We have an hour and a half to go.
We need to take another break. So are we leaving it at, just so I know, good Brad here is still saying, I did it, I must have done it, I can see myself doing it, I can see your videos, I see what you guys are saying, but I'm not willing to give an explanation, good or bad, or for it happening.
Well, I'm trying to work through that, figure out why I did something like that. I admit I did it, but I'm telling you, I don't have the memories in my brain of that. Something has blocked that.
Well, that's why you took photos and videos, to remind yourself, isn't it? Beck said, could he have done all this drinking, driving, picking poorly women up in South Africa? If you could do it in Alaska, you could do it in South Africa, you could do it anywhere. If you mean, do people get away with that a lot more? I don't think so. I mean, in South Africa, there's traffic stops all over the place. You can't drink and drive there either. So I think it's just, he just is lucky that he wasn't caught sooner, right?
Happening, something is blocked it in my head.
So you're only admitting that you did it because you can see that that's you doing it.
That's yes, and I did do it, but
But you're saying you have no independent recollection.
I don't, and I know that
anything that night.
Yeah, I know. You know, we all joke about Bill Clinton not having any recollection.
Well, everybody knows he was lying.
Yeah, but
He sounded ridiculous.
yeah. So I'm not trying to think. You know, if he got away with it, I can get it. That's not.
Well,
what
he
I'm
didn't
saying.
get away with it.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You know, I'm not saying it because of that. I honestly don't. I'm trying to visualize it in my head, and I can't remember doing this. I can't.
What a dumb analogy. I like how they correct him. Well, he didn't get away with it, and he sounded ridiculous. It's like, yeah, I'm not trying to sound like Bill Clinton. What do you mean? You sound exactly like him. Denying, which you will later be found guilty of, right? He's just like, yeah, don't you just love how they corrected him? Because where did he think that conversation was going to go?
I must have been so high on
Adrenaline.
big stuff, you know.
Adrenaline.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because you just killed somebody with your bare hands.
Yeah. And I don't understand. I have got weak thumbs, so yeah.
But you stood on her.
Yeah, that's what
Yes,
you said. Your
yeah,
hands got
yeah.
tired, so you.
You say that in
Yes,
your
yeah,
video.
so you said yeah. So that's me. It's definitely me. But I don't have the memory of. I had the chest. There was my sternum was sore for like 3-4 days later. So I know somebody was hitting me. You know, there was she was obviously fighting back, or she hit me, or you know, get out of my way, or something. You know,
She was resisting. She was trying to get away from you.
yeah.
You beat the tar out of her
Yeah.
to get her on the ground.
Yeah, that's ugly, that, yeah. And I know your thing that says if someone says trust me or believe me, it's a lie, but I do not remember. I can't put the images in my brain. And I've got,
That's just because you won't let yourself believe you did it.
that's probably what it is. I don't want to believe I've done that. I don't want to believe it.
But it's about time to start believing that you did it because we've shown you that.
No, I believe
I think he doesn't want them to believe that he's done this, obviously, because then all his fun ends. So when he's like, I don't want to believe, no, you don't want them to believe it, but they already believe it, so you might as well just out with it at this point, because he said so much already, and look at all the evidence they have.
I've done it, but I don't want to. I wish I had not ever. Well, obviously anybody would, but she's a pretty girl. I mean, by nature we more aggressive towards ugly people than pretty people. I'm sure you picked that up in your life.
What?
You know, if there's an ugly girl or a pretty girl on the side of the road with a flat tire, which one will you stop to help? You know, you'll stop to help the pretty one. You know.
Again, he's talking as if this is how everybody lives. No. How about both? He's such a binary thinker. Oh my goodness. If there's a pretty girl and there's an ugly girl, wow, who even talks like that? Which one are you going to help? Oh my goodness. And he's like, well, we all know we're more aggressive towards ugly people, am I right? And detectives are like, what?
Hurting a pretty person. So yes, so we're not at a stalemate. I've done that. I just don't know why.
You just have no explanation for good or bad of why you did it, why it happened.
Yeah. The photographs are stupid. You say that somebody took the SD card out of my truck and I said, no, give it back, it belongs to work or something. That's what you said. If I knew, if I was trying to hide away and not get caught, I would not let something like it happen. I wouldn't have
Seems
the SD
careless.
card. I wouldn't have the SD card.
But all this seems careless too.
Very, yeah. That's somebody that wants to get caught. And you're in a hotel room, for God's sake.
In your own hotel, in your own chain of, using your own name with your own employee discount,
Yeah.
with your own truck, documenting every step of what you did.
And if I think of it, at University Lake, when I started there, I was a driver. And I did night shift for a few times. And at night time, the building's quiet. Like at 11, 12 o'clock at night, like this, the building's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody just has a slight little scream, the neighbors hear about it. And I remember being called, I'm sitting there waiting to pick up somebody at the airport, and I'd have to go to room 122 or whatever, because there's a disturbance. There's someone screaming in the room. So doing something like this, I mean, you've got to silence somebody instantly so they don't scream. I mean, that is a huge risk, doing that with people all around you.
Yes, Brian, you're so amazing. You took such big risks. You're a big risk taker. We are all in awe of you. I mean, this guy's ego. And yes, by the horrifying evidence that was described, he beat her a lot. He would have silenced her and threatened her very quickly. And she could barely breathe for 36 minutes while he filmed it. I mean, we know some of the details, right? I mean, he strangled her and he stomped on her and did all sorts of things. Obviously, he's incapacitated her. She's not going to be able to scream. This guy.
Hear it and to phone the police the moment they hear it.
But you can see the photo you took with you in it. Look what she's unconscious. She's drank so much that she's unconscious or something. Doesn't appear to be beat up there yet, but it hasn't started yet, but it's about to. Anyhow, I know I need to go to the bathroom. We'll have somebody run you down the bathroom. Do you want anything to eat or drink at this point yet?
No.
Because we're going to move on, I think, to the next step of this.
I was just going to ask, do you feel, have we been fair with you today? Have we been respectful with you? Have we bullied you?
No. I know there's those technicalities.
We're trying to treat you like a...
Yeah.
And I really appreciate that. Like you said, you could have...
Yeah, we could have made a circus out of this.
Yeah.
So what we have is a search warrant that we're going to serve on you, and it's basically as simple as collecting a sample of your DNA, which is swabbing inside of your mouth. We're going to get some photographs of you while you're clothed and while you're unclothed.
Okay.
And then we'll go from there and explain what's going to happen next. So.
And we're going to take your shoes, we're going to have, and then we're going to ultimately take your clothes just because we have the search warrant for that. All right?
Mm-hmm. Are you going to take me off to prison?
Yes, that's the step at the end of this night.
Okay. So I'm not going to see my wife again.
Well, that depends on what she does. I don't know if they're done talking to her. I don't know what the extent of that is. I doubt very much we're done at your house. But we're seizing everything. We have a search warrant to search the house. We've taken the truck. We have a search warrant to search the truck, obviously for biological evidence. And I don't know what all we're going to find. Or what else? Are we going to find anything else in those searches?
I don't know.
You don't know? Have you ever killed anybody else? I'll just be straight up with you.
No.
Are we going to find any evidence that you're attached to any missing persons either here or South Africa?
No. That's big talk. I told you that was just big talk between.
Okay, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't.
Yeah,
ask.
you have to ask. Yeah.
Right? You know, because the video that we watch, frankly, it doesn't look like an amateur. Everything else does, but it doesn't look like the person in that
Very
video.
comfortable.
It doesn't look like it's the first time they've killed somebody. You're enjoying yourself killing her.
Mm.
So if there's something else we need to talk about, now would be the time to do it.
Don't know.
There's not. Have you been involved in any missing persons or any other murders in the state of Alaska?
No, I have not.
No.
Yeah.
It's just this one. This is the only person you've ever killed.
Yes.
And so we don't need to be looking at other people.
No.
Okay. We probably won't take you
My
at that
word
word.
for it because
We probably...
He's like, yes. Does anyone believe that? Yes. So, did you kill anyone else in Alaska? No. No. You can't really believe him, huh? I've taken away the blur now because they packed the photos away. Okay.
Are obligated to look at everything you've been doing since you got here, based on the talk that you've been talking, whether it's real or not real, and see where your phone's been and where you've been.
Okay. Oh, that's understandable. You got to do it. Yeah.
One last question. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. But please find that girl at the homeless place.
We'll look for him. You know, and as many girls as you've picked up, frankly,
Yeah.
it looks like we're going to have to talk to quite a few girls to see what type of encounter they had with you. Would that be fair to say that are we going to find any other girls that are going to tell us that, yeah, he liked choking, he liked me to talk dirty to him, he might, what kind of fetish, what kind of things are we going to hear from these girls? Because they have a pretty good memory, especially someone with your accent and your vehicle.
Yes. I have not tried to choke anybody. No, I've not tried to choke
Okay,
anybody.
You saying that just makes me, I can't get past why this happened then. I can't understand if you're sitting here adamantly telling us that there's nobody else. You've never done this before. You haven't even acted this out with a prostitute. You've never, or a homeless person, you've never choked anybody or anything. And then it goes from 0 to 100 and somebody's dead. And so I'm just so curious as to why Bad Brian or Bradley or whatever, how that would happen and what the thought process was in that person's mind when that happened. But only he knows. Only he knows. And he's trying to reconcile with it in himself, apparently. But that's I
like looking at both of them. Like, let's think about this now. Do I tell them about more or what?
I think that, and I hope that someday, because we've been so fair with you, I hope that someday when you are ready to talk about this, that you're willing to do that so that we can learn and so that we can understand that. Because what we've been doing for the last week or days is looking at that thing, that video and those photographs, studying you and trying to figure it out. So if you ever get to that point where you're willing to talk and tell us why, if you can figure that out,
I owe you that.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Keep that with you.
Well, if I'm going to prison, I'm not going to.
You'll get to keep that. You get to make phone calls.
I've got no one to talk to now.
What's that?
I've got no one to talk to now, so none of my friends will ever.
Well,
this is my fault. I've dug my own grave here. I did this.
And many others. What about the friend that you bragged to, though? That Ian guy. What about him? Because you got something to show you that I can't keep for long. I mean, surely I wonder if him and Ian are talking since he got convicted. That would be interesting.
Myself, I can't blame anybody else, So, Brendan. Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to ask you is your truck. Did you ever wash it out, spray it out, anything like that?
After she
you
was
dumped
in
the
it.
body.
Are we going to find biological evidence in your truck? Did you bleach it? Did you wash it?
At the back, I had a piece of carpeting at the back, and there was a bit of blood on it. So I cut that piece of carpet out and I tossed it in a dumpster, and I did spray bleach on there to try and kill the germs and whatever. That was a wise thing to do, unlike everything else. So you'll see the back of my truck. It's cut, And,
All right. I think let's get him a pee break and that kind of stuff before we do that.
no, I'm fine for.
Okay, we have to take one, so I think we might as well send them. Let you go down there first.
They're with you.
No, just have a seat. We'll have time to get somebody.
Okay.
What is the time roughly now?
8:39.
So it won't be too late.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm just keeping you out of your family time.
About
We've been busy for.
He's so worried about keeping them out of their family time. Like, he feels so bad. You guys go home now. Go home to your families. I'll be fine. Wow. Kathleen said they are feeding his ego and he's loving it. I think they're doing it obviously with strategy. And I think their strategy is pretty good. The minute they feed that ego just a little bit, or they affect it negatively. Oh, he talks a lot. Both of those things. If they say, there's a lot of guys worse than you, he's like, wait, what? No. What I've done is pretty bad. Let me tell you about it, right? Or if they stroke his ego, then he's like, let me brag about it. Wow. Look at him here.
Not much in the last week.
On my case, or other cases.
Well, yeah, that and other cases. We'll be right back, sir.
Here's what it explains. Actually, yeah, that one's first. This is a supplement to it. These are what we're going to be seizing. It's not much, like I said. It's a known DNA, photographs of you clothed and unclothed. We already have your cell phone.
Okay.
And then we're going to be taking your shoes, and then they're going to be seizing your clothing once you get down to the jail. That way you can wear your clothes down there.
Okay. Are you guys in a rush to go home?
Are we in a rush?
Yeah.
Do you want to talk some more?
We're not in a rush. We got
all night.
I have 2 days.
I saw your ears do that.
You know what? I mean, that's what we do.
He's like, I saw your ears do that. Like, yeah, he's so keen to talk to you. They're so excited to talk to you some more with all the cuck that he says, right? Tomorrow, welcome. Welcome to all the new members. I hope you'll check out the members only playlist because we recently had a members only stream. You might enjoy that. There's a whole lot there to catch up on. So let's continue here.
Love to talk.
Some time ago, I can't remember when, I picked up a very drunk girl. My wife was gone. She was away for the weekend. I took her home, and I shot her, and
Just like that. They come back from a toilet break and in the toilet break, because it just skipped forward again like that, right? It was defluffed. This is the defluffed version. We like that when it's automatically defluffed. Okay. And so in the bathroom break, we heard some of that yesterday where he says to the detectives, you're going to be famous based on what he did. Wow. I don't know if it was in that bathroom break or it was in a bathroom break. Okay. Anyway, so they come back from their break and he's like, all right, let me tell you about another murder I committed. Wow. And that would be Veronica.
I know you guys are doing the good cop, bad cop.
We're not really trying to do that. We're both pretty good cops, I think.
I say we're pretty good, yeah.
That's what I can't understand. You're both trying to be good. Who's the
Well,
bad?
we are just good. We don't do the good cop.
And, and I appreciate that. And everything you've done I really appreciate that. And I know I'm going to burn already, so, and I don't want you to have to waste your time.
We appreciate that.
But yeah, so I shot this girl and then I went and dumped her out on that little side road going towards Butte when you turn off the highway.
By the excluding power plant?
Yeah, around about that area, yeah.
So what I put on the screen there is what he's talking about right now. And it was the murder committed before the one on the videos, okay? So if you look at the pictures on top there, I hope you can hear me nicely, hold on. If you look at the pictures on top, the lady on the left is Veronica Abouchak, and that is the one that he shot. He actually took her home. He offered her a warm, meal, a place to stay. She was experiencing homelessness, struggling with addiction. And when he took her home, apparently, he told her to go and shower and she refused, and now that triggered him. That really upset him. So he grabbed a .22 caliber pistol from his garage and shot her in the head. Yes, and then on April 10th of 2019, so that was, as I say, the date was August of 2018, and then in April of 2019, a pair of mushroom hunters discovered her decomposed head near the Old Glen Highway. Okay, so that's what he's confessing to now, which was actually a murder that happened before the one they just talked about for all this time. Wow.
You must have found her.
We may have. How long ago was that about?
Oh my God, 3 years ago.
Three?
It was a long time ago.
Okay, if he's talking about 2-3 years ago, he's got his timeline all messed up. Or it's somebody else.
What time of year was it?
It wasn't winter because it was green.
Okay.
Yeah.
So fall or summer?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm really sorry. When I say I don't know, I mean it.
Okay.
You know? I'm sorry.
I appreciate
I'm
it.
saying really all the time.
I can believe that. It's
Yeah.
been 3 years.
Yeah. Yeah. My wife has gone. Yeah.
Do you remember where she went?
No, but she usually goes to her aunt in Kodiak. She usually goes and visits there now.
Her aunt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I speak English.
I know.
Not American.
So what can you tell us about?
This guy says, sorry, I speak English, not American. Okay, that's how I joke sometimes. If I'm fluent in English, Australian, British, American, like this guy, I speak English, not American. You know, when they said castle and he's like castle. And whatever he corrected them on there now. Aunt, aunt. And they're like, aunt? Yeah, aunt. I speak English. Okay. Right.
So this girl was. I'd also just gone to the Safeway to go get something, and as I was driving off, she was on the side there, and she actually seemed like a nice person, and she wanted booze. I knew that she was drunk. She had a half a bottle of R&R on her there, and I think that's actually why I stopped, because I had some booze, but I didn't know if I had enough. So I was like, you know. That attracted me to her. I picked her up and I said, hey, you want some warm food and a warm place to sleep tonight? And she was like, yes, sure. And she jumped in, but she was really drunk. She was slurring it. And I took her home, and she fell asleep on the couch in front of the TV. And she was smelling. I knew she was homeless then. You know, she was stinking, and I was getting upset. And I said to her, go take a shower. You know, because now there's smell in the house. You know, Stephanie would smell like there was a homeless person in the house. Mm-hmm. And she wouldn't do it. She kept saying no, and I was worried that she's going to vomit now, because then I realized that she really had been drinking a lot. No excuse, but I'd also been drinking a hell of a lot. Like I said, when Stephanie goes, that's Brian time. or as you call it, Brad time. I can let my hair down. I can just relax and get rid of the whole stress of being married.
The hell did he say? As you call it? You called it that, dude. He's like, yeah, as you call it, Brad time.
Married all the time, and yeah, and I don't know. I clearly remember this, and again, I'm not lying to you. Okay. I don't remember. I can't visualize this girl, but I went through to the garage and I got my little pistol there, and I said to her, go shower, and she wouldn't, and I just did that, and I
while she was on the couch.
Yeah, I just shot her. Like, there was no. The messed up thing, I can tell you honestly, there was no emotion there. It was just, you're not listening to me, go shower, you're not listening to me. You know, I knew that the longer she stays here, the worse trouble I'm going to get in with Stephanie. She's going to stink up the place. If she vomits on the carpet, it's going to be, you know. And
so do you remember if she was white, black, native?
Oh, she was a native.
She was a native, yeah.
Oh, all those people, they are natives.
Do you remember how old she might have been?
She was a little bit older. Again, I battle to judge their ages because their skin's different to ours. So they usually...
And they look a little older than they are if they're homeless, probably.
Yeah.
What would you guess for you?
Mid-40s.
Yeah. Would you remember her hair length? Anything distinctive about her? Clothing she might have been wearing?
No. No.
Remember her name?
No.
Do you remember reading anything about any remains being found?
No. And I actually did look.
Okay.
Yeah.
He says, and I actually did look. Oh my goodness. Tara says, bless her, she was afraid. Yeah, I mean, for her to say, no, she's not going to shower. I mean, he offered her a place to stay for the night. So I'm guessing when she got there and he's like, go take a shower, she knew, like, no, man, I'm not going to, that's not what I'm here for. I thought, maybe she thought he was being kind. You know, just offering her a place to stay. Meanwhile, he had ulterior motives. She read the room and said, hell, I'm not going to go shower now. And then he shot her in the head.
So actually, I did lie to you guys. Those pictures I showed Alicia, they were the real ones.
Of what?
Of her. I did have a photo of me trying to stick my fingers into her
Vagina.
Yeah.
So that was a real photo of you doing that to the person you shot. Was that before or after you shot her?
After.
Okay.
Yeah. And so.
After. Like a necrophiliac? After. So he shot her and then did stuff to her body. What?
I actually did show that to Alicia, but I deleted those photos.
From what? What were those photos on?
They were on one of my old computers that I sold a long time ago already. Buying, you know, and I've replaced all my hard drives with Foster hard drives now, so that hard drive. And Alicia and myself actually had a conversation. She wanted me to prove, you know, because that was the thing that I prove it, Brian, prove it, you know. And so I thought to myself, I'm going to do something I never do, and I'm going to undelete these things. And like I told you about the deleting, it deletes it first, but and if you ever want to write something down, the computer looks for a place to write down, and all of those files, there was like 3 or whatever, they'd been overwritten to the point where the rest of the picture was dead. It was messed up. It couldn't be recovered. So.
Isn't it crazy how he says, well, she was drunk and she was smelling and had to take a shower and I was worried she's going to vomit and like just, you know, make a mess. Oh, so shooting someone and then doing who knows what to her body afterwards, that doesn't make a mess? No. Just a dead body in the house. Like, what? Wow. Alicia was an ex-girlfriend.
If we got you a computer with Google Maps or something on it, would you be able to and be willing to show us about where you think you might have?
Yeah, I can show you further out
there. We appreciate that. Do you? And you said your little pistol. What kind of pistol do you have?
Oh, it's a little.
You still have it?
Yeah, it's in my gun collection.
Okay. How many guns do you have? Everybody in Alaska has lots of guns.
Yeah.
You think it was a 22?
Yeah, it's a little green 22. It's a SGS 22.
Okay.
In South Africa, when the blacks took over, the communists took over. One of the first things they did is they put in very strict gun control. So very few whites have got guns, and all the, not being racist, but the blacks, most of them have got access to guns. You can actually go to a market in the dark, in the black areas, and you can go buy a gun, AK-47s and stuff. During the 70s and 80s, everybody, including I know the CIA as well, we know about that, were pumping AK-47s into South Africa, and all of those are still in black hands now. So anyway, so no one's got guns there now, and none of the whites have got guns. So that's why they're all dying like that. They've all been killed. You must have heard that there's a genocide going on. Anyway, so
says the serial killer. You must have heard it. Yeah, South Africa's bad. And the way he's like, I'm not a racist, but... And then he says all the racist things, all of them. And he's talking absolute cack. Obviously, I lived in South Africa for 35 years. It's just a racist mindset that he has, you know? He's just like, yeah, all these black people, they're guns, eh? Sure. Yeah, white people can't get them. Yes, they can. Like, oh my goodness. Yeah, Stefan says, you are a racist, Brian. I mean... Oh, the arrogance of this guy is making us mad. Yeah, and he's teaching them again. Says V. Aguilar, teaching them again? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's time to give them a little lesson here.
When I got here, I said to myself that I will defend my family. You know, I will have a gun.
I believe in that.
And it scares me when
So you got a gun collection and you defended yourself against body odor. No one is believing you, bro.
these fake news politicians start talking about gun confiscation.
Me too.
You have to look at South Africa and you'll see why criminals cannot be the only people with guns.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt.
So-
And so this 22, this green SGS that you still have in your gun collection, where's your gun collection at your house?
You go down the stairs, there's a little closet underneath the stairs, and I've made a little gun case there. And it's in a black pouch. It's either in a black pouch or it's in a brown bag, a leather bag, because I went shooting the other day, and I took just pistols, so it might be in there. No, it's not there. It's in a black leather, like a black.
So
protective
22,
casing.
that might have not had an exit wound. Did it mess the couch up?
So I don't want to get political and talk too much about the topic, right? South Africa, and I mean, there's a lot of farm murders, so that's why people like Brian would say there's a genocide going on. But he's saying it like such a racist. He is such a racist. There's no other way to say it. This guy is a racist, and he's just saying, "I'm not a racist, but." Yeah, but we can hear what you're saying.
Which couch? For upstairs, downstairs?
No, it was downstairs. No, it didn't. There was no
Downstairs
exit
on
wound.
the couch, the same couch you have now,
Yeah.
and it didn't. So no exit wound.
Yeah, there was no exit wound. There was blood coming out. I put a towel over there.
Where did you hit her at?
On right here.
Temple on
yeah.
the side. Okay. Left on the right side.
On this side.
On her
Yeah.
left side. Okay.
And that was, when you guys kept talking about me gloating, and I'm seeing that, I'm realizing that about myself.
Oh, yes, see, guys, I'm seeing that I gloat a little bit. Yeah, on your video, when you're like, in my movies, and that's how his voice goes. He goes, in my movies, everybody dies. Like, dude, seriously. And he's like, oh yeah, I gloat just a little bit. Biggest gloater ever. Biggest ego in any room.
It was like a movie scene.
Yeah.
In my eyes, it was like I was in a movie.
Well, and honestly, that's what we're watching on that thing. I mean, it's like you're narrating an event that's happening and living as the moment's going on.
Yeah.
And so, where did you pick? This was at Cars Gamble where you picked her up, or at the Safeway?
Yeah, the car's gamble, yeah. Safe, yeah.
Okay.
So, when you guys mentioned that about me not wanting to do anything else, not having to wake up with funny things in my cars, I feel very guilty about that girl, that lady. She was a sweet lady, she was nice. The only thing...
This lady?
Yeah.
Okay.
All she did to me was make my
Not-
house stink.
And wouldn't go to the shower when
Yeah.
you told her to.
I was going to grab her clothes, put in the washing machine, and it'll be dry by the time she's out.
Yeah, out of the shower.
So,
All right, I'll let you.
okay. So, now, please on my house. Is this a tough book?
I'm not sure. I think so.
Okay, so it was hereabouts. If you go into this view, so let's go around it more. Is this the road? Or... Oh, okay.
We've got 1 hour left, okay? 1 hour. You guys are amazing. There's been about 3,000 people here the entire time. I don't want to make it into too many parts, right? I think it will be better to just watch it all today. Otherwise, people might get lost. If it's part 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, however long this could go on, No. We don't want to get lost. There's part 1, there's part 2. There's also a deep dive we've done in the past, okay? So there's already 3 things at minimum to check out. So we've got 1 hour left. I mean, now he's confessing to that first murder, actually. And we don't know if it's the first murder. I wouldn't say so. I would think he's committed many others. But he's just confessing. A little bit of map time. Let me show you where you could find the body.
This is not so easy to see. But basically, it's along yes, in the middle part here. I would say is it the power factory?
Yeah, the hydroelectric project. Yeah. So you keep going past it as it's on your left.
So it was. It wasn't so far in, but it was that side of the road. There was just a little entrance going in, and if you're coming from this side, the little entrance is here, and then within a few feet, the Armco barrier starts. Those metal barriers.
Okay.
You also call them Armco.
So as you're coming back this way, it's on your right as you're describing, and then right before the barrier starts.
Yeah. So it's.
Look at this detective's posture. Back is straight up here. Because if this guy does anything weird, sure, they'll have to react quickly. He's sitting awfully close to him right now. I know they've been sitting close the whole time. I'm just like, wow, that's really like shoulder to shoulder. Eek, after knowing everything he did, right? And yeah, I don't believe for a second that if Veronica had just gone to take a shower, that she would have survived. I think his plan is to pick people up, take them to his home when his wife is not there, or to a hotel and murder them.
It wasn't so far.
Obviously with the sexual sadism in between and apparently after.
What kind of human being does shit like this in his life? And records it.
You'd be surprised.
He says, what kind of human being does shit like this in his life and records it? Is he looking at his own reflection there in the laptop? He's like, damn it, Brian or Bradley.
I'm gonna be on frickin' America's Dumbest Criminals.
There's some relief. It's got to be some relief.
I feel better. I feel a lot better. That's why I wanted to tell you about this.
Grizzly True Crimes, Dumbest Criminals.
Man, it's over here somewhere. I'll go. But it's basically almost like this road turns a little bit, and then there's a little. But okay, I know.
That long there, or anything.
He's not specific about where it is.
Somewhere along this. I know there weren't houses very close by.
Weren't houses? So this
Yeah.
is Twin Peaks Drive. You think it was before that?
There's a very good chance. Yeah. I actually took Alicia there because I was boasting.
You took her too.
Yeah, I was boasting to her, and but I knew. But this is like a year after, or 2 years after.
So you took her there about a year after it happened.
I knew it wasn't there. I knew the person wasn't there because I'd driven past a few times. And from the road, I could see that what I'd covered with was not there anymore.
Okay, so somebody had found it.
So that's why I know you guys must have found it.
Somebody found the remains before you took Alicia out there a year later.
Yeah.
Do you remember when you were out there and noticed that it was found?
I think I actually went past a few months later, like 3-4 months afterwards.
Okay, and so you took Alicia out there would have been in this time of year, maybe in 18? July, August of 18?
Yeah, around about this time, yeah, because it was close to, yes, she left in August. So it was, this whole thing of ours was like, because we knew she's leaving and stuff, so our whole thing got presented the month before August.
So can you, just for time frame, can you tell me where you were working when this happened? You said 3 years ago, so we're looking at 2016. Can you tell me where you were working?
I was working at Dell Engineering.
And what time frame did you work for them?
I was there from, I got here in 2014.
the end of March 2014. I waited 8 months to get my social security number and a work permit.
So 8 months after March.
Then I worked for 6 months, almost 6 months exactly, because I was just eligible for unemployment. I worked for Alaska Tire Services, ATS.
Okay.
And one of the ladies there, her father worked at Dell, and he saw me that I was older than everybody else there. The other guys were like in their 20s, and yeah, I'm like in my 40s. And also, I started off there, and like within a month, they promoted me up.
At Dowell?
No, this is at the tire place.
Tire place, okay.
So the fact that I was quickly promoted showed that I wasn't just a normal little worker.
Yeah. So then you worked there 6 months, and then you went to work for Dowell?
Yeah.
Just a normal little worker. It's actually the second time that he said something like that. When he said he dropped off that woman that he was deflecting about the whole time, the one with the short hair, that whole story, the imaginary woman, dropped her off at work, and you could see from her going in, she wasn't just a normal little worker. Now he says it again about himself. You know, he's high up, this guy. Okay. He always looks down on people, it sounds like.
And then I went to work for Dell, and I think I started at Dell about July 15 then, June, July 2015.
Okay.
So it would have been, I was at Dell for like 2.5 years or something like that, around about there. So it would have been in that time frame that I was working for Dell that this happened.
Okay.
So you haven't found somebody there? Does it mean an animal could have taken over?
That would have been troopers, and I know we have found remains in that area.
Okay. Yeah.
And I don't know whether it's her or not, but I know that there's been remains found in that area.
I've got a funny feeling I was... In my mind, my memory is that they found her very quickly. You know, it was like very soon.
Do you recall hearing it on the news, or how did you?
No. There was nothing on the news, and that's what I know. Well, I know that sometimes if something bad happens.
But you drove by it and noticed within 3 months or so that it wasn't there. You think?
Yeah, I'm sure it was within a week or a few days they found it. Yeah.
Was there ever snow over her, or was it?
No.
So it was never. She was never there through a winter.
Well, I don't know, because once I knew I thought to myself there was nothing there. I never went to check again. Okay. Because that's how they catch you. They'll put cameras up and wait for you to come back, and you know. So
we'll see it on your Google. We'll see it on your phone or your GPS.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Yeah. And so in my mind, I was gloating to. Well, not gloating, but I was. Alicia and I were doing our little jokes about things, and this instant here. My little private joke in my head was that I actually took her to a real site, but she thought that we were both joking about it, you know, because like I said, we were joking about all of our little things, you know.
But you made up the other part about where it happened and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, all the other stuff I made up, and it was this just happened to be real, you know.
I'm just curious.
There's a bit of a pattern, with serial killers, that they like those little private jokes. I think it was Ted Bundy that used to give victims jewelry to his girlfriends. It's a private little joke, you know? And now he's also like, well, she thought I was joking, but took her out there, told her that that's where he had put the remains. He showed her pictures as well of Veronica after being murdered. And Alicia was an ex-girlfriend. She testified to the grand jury, but then she took her own life. So that was in 2021 when she took her own life, by the way. So she was still alive at this point. But clearly, in my opinion, very traumatized by all of this.
Then when you had her picked, when you had her in your house there, did you have a gun handy? Did you have to go get the gun to come back and shoot her, or did you?
It was in the garage. Yeah.
So you had to go to the garage, get the gun, and come back. And
back then, I kept the guns in the garage, cleaning them and whatever. And I've always thought to myself, you know, during summer I leave my truck outside in the driveway, and we already had people breaking into our vehicles. Just behind where I stay, there's a bird sanctuary, and there's lots of homeless people there, and they keep walking through, breaking into cars, stealing mail. So that's why finally I made a gun case for myself, a little display case, and that's what I've just finished making it like a month ago.
So when you got the gun and came back, did you say, get in the shower? Did you like threaten her with the gun to get in the shower, and she refused, or did you just come back and shoot her because she wasn't getting in the shower?
No, I told her go shower, get
Did
up.
she see that you had a gun?
No,
Okay.
she was lying just looking at the TV.
Okay.
She was just drunk out of her mind as well, probably, you know. So yeah. That was unprovoked. She didn't hit me, didn't hurt me, didn't do anything. It was.
Lockdown with April says, did she go to law enforcement? Yes. She was trying to tell law enforcement. She was trying to speak out. She saw something. She said something. And I think she also felt hopeless because of it, maybe. Because she's like, this guy's telling me he murdered someone. He showed me pictures. He's taking me to sites and everything. So I think she must have realized, obviously, at some point, this is not a joke. Like, this guy actually did something. So, yes. And then he was arrested. So she would have seen that happen. You know, and she had testified for the grand jury. And then he was arrested. But I think, and I'm just speculating because I have no idea why she took her own life. I have no idea. I could just imagine with someone like this, being so close to him, having dated him, and realizing everything he told me is for real. That wasn't a joke. And all of the things that they maybe would have played out and whatever he's describing, that must have been so traumatizing, right? So, yeah.
She just pissed me off. You know, but this other one I don't know. I don't know why.
You mean you remember and don't know why, or you still don't remember?
I don't know why I hurt this new girl.
But so, do you remember it and you just don't know why, or are you still at I don't remember?
I don't remember. I'm serious. I'm trying to bring the pictures into my head, and I can't.
Because what you did with this first gal in 3 years ago is cold-blooded, but
Yeah, that was.
but what you did with this girl was pretty calculated and
That's why.
much worse than just shooting somebody
Yeah.
that didn't know they're going to get shot.
Yeah, and maybe that is why I thought I must tell you that, so you can understand. Like you were saying, it's not your first time. It wasn't the first time. But you know, I was used to.
It came pretty easy to you. It's what we.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, once you've seen a dead person, you after that, honestly, I've always been a little bit shy and a little bit insecure. Because I'm short as well, you know, short guys always get bumped around the most. But after that, I started not being scared of people. It's like I could hurt you.
Gave you confidence.
Yeah, don't bug me, don't piss me off. I know what I'm capable of doing, I've always.
Oh my word, it's the worst case of little man syndrome we've ever heard of. He literally points at the photos, well, I know what I'm capable of doing, so don't mess with me. Basically walking around, I'm speculating, basically walking around saying, I'm a serial killer, you wouldn't want to mess with me. Doesn't matter if I'm short, okay? You don't know what I've done. Like, I'm capable of the worst. Like, oh my goodness.
Always wondered, when I was in the military,
in South Africa?
Yeah, this was 88 to 89, or 89 till 1990. A lot of the guys were always scared to become infantry because a lot of guys would go to the bush, but they would never come back. You know, yeah, you call it post-traumatic stress. You know, and so I had.
Sorry, but he's like, yeah, you call it post-traumatic stress. Dude, in South Africa, you also call it post-traumatic stress. You call it that worldwide, okay?
I had wondered how would I react if I had to shoot an intruder or something, if I had to actually have blood on my hands? And that answered the question. I could do it. The pictures of this new girl gross me out. But I know I can touch a dead person without squealing.
This girl.
Sure. So he's not squeamish, he realized it, okay? So it sounds to me like he was a real coward when he was in the military, and he wanted to prove to himself that actually, I can kill people, okay? Like, no one had to prove that, dude. Not at all. Like, read the room. What are you doing? So, again, he's bragging. He likes to brag, huh? Akil George said, sorry if this has already been asked, but why? What exactly is was his defense? He's proud to be America's dumbest criminal. I don't recall, because he has so many lies of just it's someone else. It's this other alter ego. So yeah, unfortunately, we didn't get to watch the trial together. I would have loved to watch the whole trial together. There's a channel called Crime on the Record. They managed to stream it. I was looking everywhere for it. And it was kind of like the Letitia Stark trial, that you have to find the local Zoom link, the local court link, and then stream it from there, right? Anyway, so Crime on the Record does have some of the trial footage. So if you wanted to go check it out, you can find it there.
A couple years ago, after you shot her, you said you put a towel against her head. She didn't have an exit wound, but she had some blood coming out of the side of her head. How did you get her out of the house? How did you get her out there?
I was picked up and
Did you wrap her in a towel or anything?
Yeah, I put a towel around her head.
Nothing else? No tarp, no blankets, no nothing like that? What did you leave out there with her? Did you leave the towel out there with her?
I probably did. No, I didn't. I didn't leave the towel. I put her in a black bag, a black plastic bag.
Like a garbage bag?
Yeah.
Oh my word. He likes talking about this, you could tell, right? Yeah, Michael Schmidt says cleanliness was his defense, a germaphobe. I guess he didn't have a defense, actually. And it would be more like Aliyah Bulaban of like, well, I'm not saying I didn't do it. It's just, was it premeditated or not? Like, let's try to get some lesser charges, shall we? Right?
And then you said you could see it, like what could you see?
Yeah, so when I left, as I drove out again, because I basically backed up in there and just, when I left and I looked back, I could see from the road, I could see the black bag.
Oh, okay.
So that's why.
It looked like a trash bag.
Yeah. So I don't think I left the towel there, because the towel could have been linked to me.
Yeah.
So I didn't, and these were just normal black bags that you can get anywhere. So.
And you left her clothes on. She had all her clothes and everything on.
No.
Naked?
Yeah.
Okay. What'd you do with her clothes?
As I was driving, whenever there was a clear spot, I would throw them out to distribute them so that they weren't found in one thing. Because if you find a full layer of clothing in one spot, it's going to be suspicious.
On the way out or on the way back?
On the way out. I was, a shoe out here and a shoe out there.
What vehicle did you have? The same truck?
Yeah. So.
Did it have a canopy on it or a topper on it at the time?
No.
So she was just in the open bed of the truck in a garbage bag?
Yeah. So. And that was also like 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that.
When you took her out?
Yeah, it was early. So, I know if you're driving that road at like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, the police are out because they know there's all the drunk cars driving around. So, I was also scared, like, get rid of this person quickly as possible. Otherwise, I was scared I wouldn't know what to do with it, with her. So, that's why I drove out that late. I was falling asleep while I was driving. That's how tired I was,
Did you tell anybody else? I mean, I know you told Alicia, but she thought it was fake.
Yeah.
Shame, guys. He was so tired, but yet still working so hard.
Did you tell anybody else about that?
No, because that's dangerous. Yeah.
So do you have, and I know you had it, and you said you recovered your deleted stuff. Do you have some type of bad picture file, some type of vault, some type of something with these photographs in it?
I did, because I wanted to prove to Alicia that I actually did So I actually did. I found them. I found them on the computer, and because we've been talking about it, I went and showed her. I said, "Yeah, this was it." But I deleted them because I was scared. I deleted the things, and I then did what I told you. I restarted the computer a few times, and that starts clearing off and deleting a lot of stuff. What you really want to do, if you really want to clear after you've deleted, is to load a whole lot of big things on to make sure you go past that section that you...
Because you erasing over it.
Yeah, because if this is your entire hard drive, that file might be here, but there's a lot of other blank spaces here already. So it fills up there first, and that file still stays open. So you want to fill up the whole hard drive and then delete.
How long was this woman at your house before you killed her? You picked her up at Karis Gamble?
Oh, it was probably about an hour.
No sex?
No. We talked a bit, but then she was like out of it as well. So, yeah, we couldn't have done anything. Yeah. So that's why I just put my fingers inside there. Just...
Your fingers, or did you fist her?
Well, that much.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was when she was deceased?
Yeah.
Why does he make like that's just nothing? No, man, just that much. You did that to a deceased lady? What? And he's making like, yeah, that's what I did. Like, it's so normal.
Was there any cleanup at your house? Blood on the floor? You might have already asked this, but any blood on the couch or floor or anything you had to get rid of?
Yeah, there was a splats on the floor and stuff, and I cleaned it up.
Is that a carpeted floor, or is it a...
Yeah, it's carpeted, yeah.
Same carpet?
Yeah, same carpet, yeah. And I did go and Google that if you throw hydrogen peroxide on it, it'll clear it up.
Does it stain the carpet, though? Doesn't it bleach the carpet, hydrogen peroxide?
Well, some carpets it does, some it doesn't. So I tested on it.
What a lie. Well, some it does, some it doesn't. There were still blood stains on the carpet. There's pictures of the house, and they found, when they peeled back that carpet, evidence of this crime.
The corner didn't stain it, so...
So is it completely, you look at it now, would you not see
Oh,
it
it's
at all?
clean.
Same
With
carpet
the naked
though?
eye it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the hydrogen peroxide destroy, or I believe it destroys. So if you spray that stuff on, it doesn't show anything, because that stuff is actually made up of hydrogen peroxide with the spray thing on it.
Is the couch in the same place it was then, or has it moved?
It's still in the same place, basically.
Would you mind drawing a diagram of that room where the couch is at and where you think the stain was?
Okay, so the bottom of the house looks like that. This is a little bar. Here's the TV. Here's the couch. So she was lying here.
Which end was her head on?
The head was over here.
Okay. And so the stain's on the TV side or on this side?
Well, it'll be... I don't think there's any stains on the couch. If you find stains, they'll be on the floor, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'm still on this native female that may be in her mid-40s. Did she have black hair? Did she have short hair, long hair?
I can't remember. I'm trying to picture it in my mind. I can't remember. It's actually dark downstairs. We've got usually I'll just have the TV on and no other lights. So the first good look I would have had is when she was inside. And I still told her when we were driving in, like, duck down, so that the neighbors don't see you.
Didn't notice anything. Good teeth, bad teeth.
I'm sorry, I can't tell.
names, nothing. Okay.
She was older and she was nice. That's all I can tell you.
Okay.
If she had short hair, I would specifically have remembered that, but
What made you? Is that something that we're going to find, or is that what made you decide that you wanted to talk about that? Is that something that we're going to find evidence of, or is that something that?
Well, I
appreciate it. I mean, I think we suspected it, and we were hoping that it would be at some point in time. But.
Yeah, I thought about them. It's you've been nice to me. I thought I'm already
You can't undo that.
Yeah,
That's-
I'm already going to jail for the rest of my freaking life. So, one more thing isn't going to hurt me, you know.
It's like, I'm already going to jail for the rest of, or prison for the rest of his life, so might as well brag about the others. Okay, well, while you're at it, tell us more.
I was worried, you know, but yeah, let's close another chapter, another family that can just.
Well, so hopefully we'll be able to figure this out.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that, and you recall all that, and you can tell us all that, and we are going to be able to bring some closure to this family, but I still think that there's going to be a little bit of unanswered questions about this gal at the Marriott, leaving it the way it's been left, and I know that you're struggling with that, and I know that you're doing the best you can, and I appreciate that, and I'm struggling with it a little bit to understand it, and so I know that their family's gonna, and I'm glad that you have that in you, the good Brian or whatever, that you have that feeling in you to bring some kind of closure to this person's family, and I'd like to get there with the other gal, but if what we have is what we have, then that's good.
All I can tell you is that there's something wrong with me. I mean, it's obviously it's the second time, so there's something wrong with me, and that's why I did it. You know that.
So you're struggling with that internally. You believe that there's something wrong with you, that you could do this, and so you're struggling with.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is not normal behavior. This, you know. Well, when I got to America, a lot of my in South Africa, my anger was channeled at survival, and you have to have anger at what happens there. But
You know, you don't have to. Survival I could relate to, but like you have to have anger. No. I was just showing you some of the pictures of the couch and the carpet and everything. It's also interesting. Remember what we said earlier when he says when people suspect him of something, he'll just say, yeah, it's me. And I was saying because it's kind of like, well, what's behind that is so much worse. Like, yes, I went out drinking. Yes, I had KFC is probably what he would tell his wife. If she's like, did you go out drinking? Yeah, I did. Meanwhile, what's hiding behind there is murder. So now, to me, it feels the same. It's like, oh yeah, let me just tell you about these two. Because obviously this was the second time. Well, no, you just described the first time. If you look at the timeline, already you know he's lying. Because the murder that he just confessed to happened before the other one that was on the videos. So just like, okay, guys, let's just talk about these two. For him, it's probably, let's rather talk about these two than 200, okay? You know, or I don't know how many to say, 30, 50, who knows? He's 53 years old. Oh, well, actually, I think he's 53 now. So he would have been a bit younger then. But he's had a long life to do a lot of things, right? Okay.
the rape in South Africa, the statistics are 1 in 4 women will be raped, and it's not just 1 in 4 women will be raped. It's 1 in 4 women will be raped at least once.
By people like you. Here's the guy. No, they've already said the bad word, so I'm going to say it. The rapist sitting right here. Here you go. And a killer. Yeah, 1 in 4. Let me quote some stats over here. What does it matter when you're the killer? You're a criminal. You're the violator. Oh, my word.
You know, it's because if you're living in an area where you get raped, you'll get raped again. And I've got my mom and my 2 sisters and a stepsister. Statistically, every time the phone rings, it's like, which one of them is it, you know? So, but your anger is at survival there. When I got here, I still had anger inside of me from that, but I didn't have to channel it at survival anymore, because this is an amazing country. You don't have to fight to survive. Not in that way, you know. So, yeah, I don't know where I was going with that, but the only what I got from that was with Alicia, where like I said, she was making up stories, I was making up stories, and then I came up with a real story.
How little did and she didn't know, obviously,
yeah.
but you did.
Yeah. So that was the only. It was a huge adrenaline rush, taking her out there, and we still walk down into the little. You walk down in, and the road actually goes straight down, and there's a little parking. You can see where people are back in there to turn around, and it's there where I dropped her, and we actually walked in, and I took a leak there, and I still thought, shit, I'm taking a pee in a place where I've promised I would never go again because police are going to have cameras up here.
Did that give you a little bit of adrenaline rush?
Well, the adrenaline came from me taking her there and me proving that I was better than her. All of her stories about killing people
bullshit.
Were bullshit, yeah. Are you recording anything? Are you probably are?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She made up some bullshit story about that she went and killed somebody and threw them in the water, and she went back like 2 days later, and it was all like petrified and not putrefied, like the person had decomposed and whatever.
And that doesn't really happen.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I saw a very interesting thing many years ago. In America somewhere, there's like a little forest where they take cadavers and they put them out in different positions, and then they monitor how long it takes to decompose under natural conditions. And if it's very dry, it doesn't really decompose. And one of the things they did, they actually poked holes in one of the cadavers, and that rotted away much quicker because now the little insects had entrance holes. Because usually they just have the nose and the anus and the eyes to go in. So. So if you ever want to get someone to decompose quickly, that's how you do it. So,
Can I ask you, did you do that on this?
Sure, let's give the detectives a lesson on how to get someone to decompose faster. I mean, what the hell? This guy.
Last girl?
No.
No.
She was naked and I dumped her down there. Something.
Dump and run.
Yeah. I still parked close so that I could.
How close to how far did you throw her over the guardrail? How far do you think she went down that embankment?
This distance.
Maybe 4 feet.
Yeah, it was steep. I was hoping she would go down further.
But she didn't.
Yeah, she's stuck there. And that's why I knew anyone walking past should see this,
Were you surprised it wasn't until October?
I was. I was like, what the hell? Does nobody go there? So.
Were you getting more hopeful then that at least it had been that long? And
I don't know. Like I said, I knew. In the back of my mind, I knew.
I would think that would be something that would never leave your mind. That for a month, that was just.
I am in denial about this. The second one, I am in denial. I can tell you that
because it's much worse than.
Yeah, I don't want to believe that I can do something like that. I know I've done it, and that's why I can't see it in my head.
That you progressed from just shooting somebody to essentially torturing them before you killed them.
Yeah, and that's. Yeah. There's no way to come back from that. There's no way.
Well, not personally even.
There's no way I can any way come back from that. That's not a normal person. That I'm not temporarily insane. I'm not anything like that. I am saying I know exactly what I'm doing. But I've gone too far, and I don't want to go on.
He's literally like, I know exactly what I'm doing, but I've gone too far.
Are you glad that?
I'm not glad
You're glad you're not going to be able to hurt anybody else?
Yeah. But I was hoping that it would have just been that one. I was hoping that anger in my system would have been out. That's what I was in my mind.
I'll stop interrupting now, but cute story, Brian. I was hoping it was just going to end with that one, but now it's two. Liar. How many is it really? How many in South Africa? How many in Alaska? As part of the evidence photos, there's 2 other women included with their names and everything, photos, and they've been missing. They have not been found. So it could be linked to 2 more, and another victim was named recently. So out of the 2 he was convicted of, they named another one that they believe he's a suspect in. Then there's these 2 others included in the evidence file. That's 5 already, just in Alaska. So, and what about South Africa?
I thought maybe that's why I shot the girl, you know?
Just for curiosity, I know you said your wife maybe went to visit her aunt in Kodiak or something. Was it, at that period of time, was there some issues with you and your wife? Were you angry about something? Was there...
No,
did you have a fight when she had left? Or?
We've actually always been having a little bit of disagreement. Like I said, I love her. She's an amazing, amazing woman.
That made you go to the gun and decide you're going to shoot this woman?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I just wanted to do a Hollywood moment there or just be...
Anything about these particular type of people? Does you have something against Native women?
I've asked myself that question. Is it a racial thing? And it's no. It's coincidence.
They happen to be the indigent people. They happen to be easy.
And they make up 99% of the homeless people. So, well, used to. There's a large influx coming in now.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard from some of the guests at the hotel that some of these sanctuary cities are actually, because we were trying to explain that are these people getting here, and the guy I spoke to is actually from Hawaii, and I said, how the hell do you get homeless people there? Do they like swim across? And he was explaining that these sanctuary cities, to get rid of people, the homeless people, they're buying them aeroplane tickets to Alaska and to Hawaii. And that's why Hawaii suddenly got a homeless issue. And I...
Jeez, he's talking about it with excitement, almost salivating. Like, yo, that's probably why he wanted to go to Alaska. Like, wow, there's going to be so many homeless people to target, is what it sounds like, right?
I've seen on the streets here. I know you guys have shut down the homeless things that side of town, and that's why they've moved up here. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of... that they're being flown in here.
So that night 3 years ago when you went and you picked up this gal at Safeway, did you know you were going to take her home and kill her?
No. Okay. To be honest, I think I was just looking for some more booze. Mm-hmm. You know, she's got drinks, and you know. Similar
to that of the events of September 4th, you went out looking for a girl just like you do on all nights, but you didn't intend on killing somebody. Yeah. And what made me angry with her was she was smelling, and it was, I think I actually said to her, I must take you home, you know, and she was like, no, I'm going to sleep. Why do you think that you remember something pretty vividly from 3 years ago, but you've somehow you've blocked this part of your memory out for the time being? Because it's going to come back to you. It just... I know. I don't want to believe I did that badly. If you just told me I snapped her neck and walked away, I'd say, yeah, probably did that easily, you know. It's for so long that he's doing something for that long. He's like, no, I can't get my brain around it. So. Okay. Yeah.
The gun you used, what kind of gun was it?
Oh, it's 22.
Oh, you already.
I got it. 22 SGS green in his gun collection.
The reason I asked, there were some pictures. You had some pictures of a handgun on your Google Drive. Was it, or do you have multiple guns?
Yeah.
Okay. There's should be 2 on the Google Drive. There's a little Keltec AT380.
Yeah,
that's the one I saw. Yeah.
The rubbish gun. I got it at Alaska, USA. I got it Cash USA, whatever.
If I had some photos, do you think you might recognize this person from 3 years ago if you saw a photo of her? And I'm not saying we have a photo of her because I don't know if we do, but we have some possibles. Would you mind looking at them?
Yep.
Do you think you're going to recognize her if you see her?
is, I think that's her. She was an older lady, yeah. I've got a funny feeling that's her.
Okay.
So she was a little bit chubby as well.
And what makes you say that? You said she looks a little older. You haven't seen any of the other photos, but that person looks...
It's the look in her eyes and her mouth. That looks familiar to me. In my mind, when I was trying to remember, this is the picture that came to my mind.
Okay.
Yeah. I can look at... Oh,
yeah.
No. Oh, no. No.
Okay.
That's that one, yeah.
How certain are you, from 0 to 100%, how certain are you that might be the person? And I know it's been 3 years, and I've only shown you 3 photos, and there's probably more missing people, but...
I'm almost sure because I felt like a funny feeling inside of me.
Like you wouldn't forget that face.
No, I feel guilty that she really was a nice person. She did nothing wrong to me, except.
Did this other gal do something to you?
My chest was sore. She must have hit me. She must have. I'm still blocking up to that. I promise you, I'll tell you if the memories come back.
I believe you. Yeah, I believe you.
But I'm trying to picture it in my head. The pictures coming to my head are from your pictures, so I'm trying to knock that from a different angle, you know. That is sort of how my memory works. I can look at something and then I can bring it up later on to look at it again. You know?
Sure.
So now that we've talked about the other person, are we done there?
Yeah, I hope so. I don't mean that in a bad way.
Well, I mean that's kind of a weird answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Basically, is there anything else that you just? I mean, obviously that probably feels good. Like you said, now there's no more looking over your shoulder. There's no more of that hell.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you want to talk about, or anything that we should be looking for?
So the night of this event on the 4th, or the 6th, is that when it was 88? And where did you go after you dumped the stuff in the dumpster? Where did you end up? Where did you sleep the night? Did you go home?
No, I went back home again. Yeah.
Okay.
I was basically sitting downstairs. Stephanie sleeps upstairs. I sleep downstairs. I snore loud, and that's how we started sleeping separately. And she got a CPAP machine, so to help her sleep better. So we've been sleeping separately for the last year. So I'm sitting downstairs and I'm watching TV till like midnight, and then I can hear her snoring softly upstairs. Then I know she's gone, and then
you can go do it.
I'll go buy myself a bite and go sit somewhere and drink it or whatever. So that night I'm like, oh yes, she's sleeping. Let me get out, and I just put in a new garage door, a belt one, which is quieter than the So
did you pull the truck in the garage with the body in the back?
No, parked outside.
Okay.
Yeah, that was very, very stupid.
You weren't worried about animals or anything coming around sniffing?
Well, yes, I've been told you've got to watch out what you throw in the dumpster for bears, but on Mark's cameras at home, I picked up a bear only once in the last 5 years.
All right, I think we're going to step out and we'll let Elliot come in and talk with you because you'll have his...
You'll have to sign anything?
No.
Okay, we'll get to that.
We'll do
We'll
that
get to
when
those
you're
in a
done.
minute. So.
Okay.
All right. And while we're out, if you think you want to talk about anything else when we come back, we'll stay here all night. Okay?
Got less than half an hour left. Ms. THG says fail gat, which means like dirty ass in Afrikaans in South Africa. Yes, it is a fail gat.
So that's your plan. You're going to keep walking out every time you want more information from me.
Hey, it worked last time.
Oh my word. He's like, so that's your plan. Like as he's got everyone all figured out, hey. I know your patterns. Yeah, and they know yours. They know yours more than you know theirs. I like how the detective clapped back there. Yeah, well, it worked last time.
Oh. I'm sorry I'm wasting your last time.
No, not at all.
good as I can be.
Yeah, hard to. Hey, I'm Elliot.
Brian.
Well, nice to meet you. You don't mind if I take notes? It's been talk I need to.
Oh, you're the IT guy?
Yes.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Yeah, and I saw on your resume you are too.
Yeah, initially they were little websites.
Yep.
Which
Do you remember the websites?
This band, Bradley Phillips, he's like my relaxed side.
Yeah.
My real Facebook is where my wife and her friends.
Right.
Now it's going to be my ex-wife, and her friends are all friends there, and there I'm like all pretty and nice, and all of her friends are all like very Democrat side.
Yeah.
Bradley, he's a Trump supporter. He's racist. He
gets to do whatever he wants.
There I can say whatever I want to. So
Yeah.
if you look at Brad, you'll see he's got bad friends, and but it's nice to have that, and it's not linked to you, so no one can bug you. And Roe, that ROE Alaska, he's the same thing. He's turned into that. Initially, all the other Facebooks I had, there's nothing sinister about them. All the other ones were actually a game that I was playing called Realm of Empire. So,
Oh no, I just like I said for you. I mean, fascinating, right? Because I mean, you're a smart guy, and you've got this IT background, and so it's just interesting. Then the intersection with the videos. That we were just curious. Like, is there an audience for this? Were you sharing this stuff? Were people like? I mean, one of the questions I had in my head is just: did somebody ask you to do this? Right? Because trying to reconcile like Brian, Bradley. Like, were there people asking you to go produce videos like this?
Well, there's a website called. Oh my goodness, I've forgotten it. But it's a funny name, like a Grizzly name, like
Excuse
when
me.
you hear the name, you know it's bad.
Grizzly like the bear. No, he means grizzly like gruesome. Listen here, don't you say grizzly over there. Austin said, so he even has a second Facebook. Yeah, it wasn't just like an alter ego, that it was a second Facebook where he would pretty much reveal all the things he actually wanted to say. There was the pretend guy, to his wife and friends. The real guy, he hid behind the name Bradley Phillips. Mm-hmm.
It's not rotten.com, that's something else. Anyway, there is a website that actually shows dead people and heads shot off and stuff. And I've gone to look at a friend of mine. She liked that, and she told me to go look at this. And,
was this Alicia or somebody else?
Yeah, it was Alicia.
Okay.
And but
was it E-Bombs World or something?
No,
that might have been an old one.
It's I forgot. But anyway, when I look at those pictures, they gross me out. I want to vomit when I see blood, and you might not believe me from what I've done, but so I've never liked it. But she liked suffocation.
Okay.
So on there, I was looking through, and I found a video of a girl on a bed like this with a latex thing over it.
Yeah.
And they suck the air out. And
the vacuum ones,
So you might find, I might have downloaded that and put it on my computer. And so I've been to that website to see that kind of stuff.
Right.
So people, there are places where people can put things up, but I've not.
Well, did you, who, like the videos and pictures you take, who Alicia, who else did you show those to?
Well, I showed Alicia some pictures of something that it was real pictures I showed her, but she thought I was joking. Her and I were joking about the whole killing people kind of thing. It was we were just like it was like a little fantasy thing we were doing, and that came about with the suffocation thing, and that's how I found out that she liked the
she liked the suffocation. Very it turned her on, basically. And it was just a coincidence that those little pictures I showed her were actually real.
Yeah.
You know. She thought I was lying,
Right.
And I was doing my best to try and. But I was actually talking about something else. I was making up that I killed lots of people, and she was making up that she's killed lots of people. It was just a joke thing, and it was it was just coincidence that I actually found these pictures on my computer, and I thought I deleted them.
Yep.
And I showed her, and I went home and I deleted the heck out of them.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
I still explained to those guys how to, if you delete something, how to permanently get rid of it.
Okay, what'd you tell them?
Yeah. Well, you know, basically, like the file doesn't get deleted. It's just the file name becomes an invalid name.
Right.
So that's why your undelete software will just go in and find invalid names and see, okay, what's in these clusters, and oh, there we go. Here's a video or photo.
Yeah.
So if you do want to like really delete something, after you've deleted it, write more information onto the hard drive.
You're literally going to try to educate the IT guy? Now you're going to give him a lesson? Oh my word, this guy's so insecure. Actually, hey, that ego, he just has to. He's like, okay, let me explain to the IT guy how this deletion thing works. Oh my goodness.
Right over that now, and then that's where you'll.
Okay.
You know. So that little hard drive that I found those 3 pictures on.
What were the pictures of that you showed her?
Oh, it was just a girl with my hand sticking in the little girl's vagina.
Yeah.
You know? And I think a picture of a boob or something like that.
Okay.
You couldn't even see that it was a dead person.
Right.
You know?
Were those from Alaska or were those from somewhere else?
No, this was another girl I met about 3 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to cover. Did you already explain it all?
Yeah, they know.
Oh, great,
yeah.
great.
Anyway, so yeah, that's.
Are there more pictures like that we can go find? Like what's?
No, I was actually surprised I found those.
Yeah.
I don't know how those slipped through the system, but I have been known to go out and pick up girls. And,
right.
And so one of the girls on your profile, most of them are Alicia.
Okay.
But another one, there's a girl. One of the girls I picked up, and while we were shagging, I grabbed my phone and videoed a bit, you know. And other girls I've also. So you'll find videos of me and girls. I did initially withhold something from them because.
Okay.
And that was the first girl that I ever dealt with. That's a picture that Alicia had.
Did you tell them about it eventually?
They know everything about it. I told them all that stuff.
Did you eventually, after all that lying, hours and hours of lying and denying? Yes, I told them. The heroine said the dynamics and his killing patterns remind me a lot of the Long Island serial killer, how he would hunt when the wife was on vacation. He may have felt emasculated by his wife or not fully in control. It does remind me a lot of Rex Heuermann. Hey, this guy, he does.
So how'd you meet her originally?
Oh, we used to work together.
Except, of course, Rex Heuermann was huge. He was so damn tall. This one, not so much.
Okay.
Yeah, and a very nice girl.
Yeah.
Very promiscuous. And that's how I got involved with her.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. But, I mean, you never hurt her. Non-consensually, right?
Yeah, we had a little thing. For every 2 times she slaps me, I slap her once. I didn't tell them. Sorry, I forgot to tell them about that. But she did like, and they know that she liked suffocation.
Right.
Like me holding my hands on her throat.
Yeah.
Or blocking her mouth.
Right.
You know. She also liked if you stick a dick in her throat that it goes down and then she can't breathe. She got off on that. You know. And that's where.
He wouldn't be able to do that based on the photos I've seen. Never going to happen, bro. You wish. Liar. That's not going anywhere.
Her and I got to this whole thing about we would start joking about killing people. You know, she's done this, and I've done this, and
Right.
just coincidentally, one of the stories I told her was like a real one, you know.
Yeah.
But I told her like just half of it. I
Yeah.
glamorized it, and you know,
Right.
it was a messed up little fantasy that Joe and I had. It's I know now when I think back, I'm like, oh my God, that anyone hearing about it is gonna think it's crazy.
Right. Well, you know, so like I said, I do the IT stuff. I'm really fascinated. I do know that, you know, all they do all day is try to sort of put together like who's missing, who's dead, you know, what do we know? So if there's anything you can think of or concrete details or identifications you can do for them, I mean, you know, they're doing the same things you'd want them to do. They're out there trying to kind of put people back and let families know. And so, I mean, I assume they're still here. I bet they'd still love to talk to you if there's anything else that you can think of about any of these incidents or remember. Because I get it, right? I mean, I get that some of this is maybe hard to recall, but those details do everything to make you know, and like I said, this is as good as it gets for us to sit down and talk to somebody that's not lying to us, that's you know, that sort of understands the relationship, that's happy to share and teach, which that doesn't happen that often.
Yeah. Well, if I wouldn't be doing that if I wasn't caught. So I'm still a bad person, you know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, you've done bad things, right? Do you think that makes you a bad person?
Yes.
Have you done good things?
Yes, but Hitler built up the economy of Germany, and he took unemployment to zero, and he gave everybody a lot of money, but he killed a bunch of people. So
Right.
Is he good or bad?
What? Okay, don't type that name in chat. YouTube will shut the stream right down. Okay, but like, what? Oh my word! This guy says the craziest things. Sure.
You tell him. Do you remember how long later it was that you went and put her by the railroad tracks?
It was 2 days later.
2 days later. Why'd you pick there?
Well, I often drive out that way. It's a beautiful drive.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
And
In South Africa, are there places like that where you kind of get the mountains and the ocean and right next to each other?
Oh, yeah, yes. Actually, if you go close to Cape Town, the actual Table Bay, it's called Table Bay, it's this big circle, and the one side of it, there's like a flat floor like this of, like 50 meters. That's 50 times 3, 150 feet, yeah. It's like amazing. I've actually, a friend and I took a drive down there because I live much far away, and we actually sat on like ledges like at 150 feet down fishing in the water, and then we both suddenly realized, what if a big fish bites, we get pulled down. So, but yeah, there's beautiful places.
Yeah.
Like
Oh no! This forensic detective here is cracking me up because like really he's fake laughing because like let's just talk along here because like can you tell us if you killed other people in South Africa, huh? So why there? Why did you put that victim there? Okay, and are there places like that in South Africa? Now I was talking about fishing. Yeah, read the room, Brian. Get the question that's being asked. Wow.
South Africa is a beautiful country. It's just it's a pity about what's happening in the country. The racism against the whites is based on a lie,
Right.
and it's a lie that was pushed forward by foreign governments and foreign media. CNN, and when Donald Trump talks about fake news, I know exactly.
I don't want to get political, but he's talking absolute cuck. Did he forget the history? Come on, bro. Like, shut up.
He's coming from. It's CNN and all these places lie, blatant lies about South Africa, and like I said, even the politicians.
Right.
But
you were saying you drove that a lot, so that's. Right.
This year, yeah. So I'm familiar with it. I know there's lots of little stops there. Often when I just wanted to get away from the wife, I would go buy a big can of Mike's or whatever, and just drive out and go park there and sit and see if I can see a beluga or two. So yeah, I'm sort of familiar with the area.
Okay.
And I remember that it goes down, and you could probably throw something down there. And I was just panicking. I just wanted to get rid of this body, this lady.
Mhm.
So
What was interesting to me is that you stopped to take pictures of her on the tailgate again. Do you know why?
it doesn't make sense. All I can think is that I was gloating about it,
Yeah.
or that I wanted to just record it that I could, because it's not often that you do something like that. So
Right.
it's something just for me to remember. But somebody hinted that maybe I just wanted to get caught.
Do you think that's true?
It might be. If I thought that there was no way I could stop myself, then I would say yeah.
Did you tell him how many times you've done this before?
Yeah, it's been twice. The first one, the first time, I don't know what the hell I shot a girl in the head, and I just I wasn't even angry or anything like that.
Liar. Let's go back a couple of decades, shall we?
She just pissed me off a little bit, but and I thought it will never ever happen again, and
Yeah.
I kept quiet about it. And then with Alicia, her and I used to like try and one up each other all the time on things, who had the toughest life and who began better. And the one day, I can't remember who was it. One of us said, "Oh well, I've killed somebody." Obviously, there's nothing. I don't know why I did this first girl that I shot. It was that I can remember sort of clearly. She was lying on the couch, and she didn't want to go shower. She was smelling a bit bad, and I kept telling her, "Go flipping shower, you stink." And I just went to the garage and got my gun and I shot her in the head. It's like, it was unnecessary, but that gave me a fright, like, what the hell, And then the next
Sure.
thing, the second thing lands up, and it's like, oh, okay, fuck it.
What would you do with her because she was at your house when that happened?
First one, yes. Yeah.
What would you do with her?
I took her out. I showed them where
Okay,
I think
great.
that he's out in the. Did they say Kluten or something like that?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
I think that's the area that they identified as. Yeah.
Sorry, my friend of mine's in London about a search of server that has nothing to do with you.
Oh.
So I thought that was the other cases. A Kluten, and you showed them where, right? And that's the thing that helps them so much is.
Yeah. Well, they showed me some photos, and I identified the one lady. I'm
Okay.
sure it was her. It was a long time ago. I can't remember, but if I'm going to.
It was August of 2018 and September 4th of 2019. He's sitting here on the 8th of October of 2019. He's like, long ago, 3 years. Unless he's talking about someone else. It's just, mixing all the stories together.
Burn on the electric chair. For one, I might as well do it for two,
Well, and you get a chance to get it all out, right?
Yeah, and
I'm gonna step back out. I think these guys want to just talk to you again. Brian, thank you for your time, and honestly, thanks for giving me this information. I really appreciate it.
it's a pleasure.
No, and it is for me too. I mean, honestly, very few people treat us with respect when we sit down and try to have these conversations, and it's our job. So
And if there's something I've forgotten,
we'll follow up. I'd love to talk.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not that I'm holding it back on. So.
no, I understand. Honestly, you're gonna sit and get a chance to think, and you're gonna think and like, oh, I remember this detail now, and I remember this detail, and we'd love to continue to talk to you.
Yeah. You haven't gone home yet.
No, I'll be here for a while.
Your wife's gonna fuck you up when you get home.
What's that?
Your wife's gonna fuck you up when you get home.
But we did want to offer you a slice of
It's
pizza.
cold, but
I had a piece. It's pretty good, so help yourself.
To tempt you. It's only
Your wife's gonna F you up when you get home. Do you not understand their career, Brian? It's their job. They spend many hours interviewing people, working very hard. Like, this guy's such a dumbass, on my word. There, I said it.
Only cheese, but it's cold, but it's what we got. If you want some, help yourself. We don't want to starve you.
Gee, I know I'll regret this, but I'm
Good.
butterflies and
Butterflies. Oh, not like scary moths, not like a nightmare, just butterflies. It's not gluten-free.
and I know you've put some truth serum shit inside there. I know you guys.
You see? He's like, no, I'm not in control now. This pizza. Truth serum. Don't forget the gluten comment I made. I like gluten-free, by the way, so I'm not mocking people who eat gluten-free. Okay. Throwing shade at my damn self. Okay, this household here, we like gluten-free for a lot of things. But anyway, he's just like, you're putting truth serum on my pizza. I know it. Wow.
So you haven't been truthful, then it would change if you ate some of that?
No, you'll find it even more of my dark little things, but nothing bad, you know.
Sure.
Anyway, yeah, I'm really sorry I've wasted you guys' time, because I don't mean your time now, but your time before, you know, after you found the girl that you spent all those nights researching and whatever, you know. Yeah.
I don't believe for a second he's sorry. I think he's like, you spent all that time researching this and it took you this long to catch me. His ego is saying, see, I got away with it for quite long.
So if I could go back 3 years or whatever, I wish I could save a lot of people a lot of time and effort, but there's nothing we can do about it.
And you're relatively certain that this person out at Clutna was about a year prior to you taking Alicia out there?
It was there would have been a winter in between.
There
like
would
I said,
have been a winter between?
I'm sure there definitely would have been a winter.
So you took
Yes.
her out there in 18, and so would it have been, and you started in 15, July of 15 at Dell, and you worked there 2.5 years, so to the middle of 17 you worked. Was it near, it had to be pretty close to the end of when you worked at Dell.
No. I'm just remembering now, the last year at Dell, and this is why I left Dell, the last year for that work season, I was in Anchorage probably 2 weeks out of the whole 6 months. I was, again, they promoted me like quickly, like to a more senior position. So, like the out-of-town difficult inspection jobs, they were sending me out to these places. They even sent me down to Montana for like a month or two or something like that. Amazing, Montana's. I saw my first cowboys there, you know. That's America, you know. But yeah, so.
Did you like that, America? His description of it, you know, Montana, going out there. That's America, you know. Yeah, and in America they also say aunt in some places, because he's like, I speak English, I don't speak American. Aunt. Yeah, sure. He'll just offend all countries worldwide and everyone, right?
I was here for 2 weeks. I couldn't have done it in 2016. What are we now? We're 19 now.
So I showed her in 18 about a year ago.
Yeah, so it's 19 now. 18, I was almost unemployed the whole year. I was looking for work close to, I could be close to Stephanie. And that was the time with Alicia. So the year before that, so that's
17.
18. So 17, I was here 2 weeks out of the whole year while there was no snow. So I left here and there was still a little bit of snow, I think, when I went down to Montana. And I remember there wasn't snow involved with this. So it was the year before.
16.
So it would have been maybe 2 years.
Since when you took Alicia there?
Yeah. From Alicia to this girl. That's... No. I bought that gun. I only bought that gun in 2017.
So you didn't even have that gun in 16, so it couldn't have been 16.
Yeah.
Where'd you buy that gun at again?
Cabela's.
The 22?
Yeah. They had a special going. It's a that little 22. It's a SGS. It's actually a SIG. It was built by another company, SGS, something German, something company, and then SIG. The SIG sold it as a mosquito or something stupid like that, and then SIG decided that they don't want that gun anymore. So then this company just took that exact same gun and just put their name on and carried on. So it's actually a very good little 22. It's a beautiful little thing to go plinking with.
And now you think you got that in 2017 sometime at Cabela's?
Yeah, it is one of the more recent guns I've got. You know,
How soon from the time you got the gun in 17 at Cabela's until you used it on this woman, do you think? Months?
I can't remember.
Year?
I can't remember.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't remember. I need my computer so I can make away and
Look at the dates when you bought it and stuff.
Yeah. The banking won't even go back that far. The gun was like $210 or something. It was like,
You bought the gun in your name though at Cabela's?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it doesn't.
ATF will get that.
Yeah. So there's a record of that. So yes. So find it when I bought it, but I can't tell you how long afterwards. Yeah. But I'm sure I bought that gun recently. Yeah.
Within 2 years or more, a little more.
Well,
Because we're almost at the end of 19, so it's almost 20.
yeah. So the first gun, when I started at Dell, the first gun I bought was they were sending me to a little job at a village here, New Stuyohok, and it was a road that needed to be inspected, and I was told there's bears there. So Clever Dick Brian goes to Cabela's and says, what's bigger than a 9mm? It's a 45, it's the biggest one. So give me a 45, and I'm walking around there with a 45, and the natives are laughing at me, like, you know. I think that's where the guy, one of them said, yeah, you need the word magnum in there, otherwise it's gay. So, yeah, and then I realized, yeah, I was told a 45 is a people gun and a 9mm is a people gun. You need a magnum for bears. So, yeah. Anyway, so then the next gun I bought was the 308 rifle. Everyone in Alaska in America wants a 30-06, but 308 is a British standard, so fuck the Americans, you know. I'll keep my heritage. And then I bought the little 380, I think, and then I sold it, and then it was the 22 Magnum. There was the one that was modified. I sold it, and then I bought privately. I bought it's a beautiful break open gun. It's 45 long Colt, or it's 45 Colt, and also shoots 410 rounds. Very nice gun to shoot with. And then I bought that 22. So yeah, so that's the time scale there.
Well, I think we're going to get the search warrants done on you, and then we would, if you'd be open to it, we'd like to see if you'd be willing to take us out to Cluton, and we'll put you in a car and see if you think you can point out the area or spot where it might be. You think you could do that? You willing to do that?
Yeah. You want to go now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay. We think that now is as good a time as any. As soon as we get done taking some photographs and
I promise I'm not running away.
Okay. Yeah.
You guys do know that my life is destroyed now. I'm gone. I've got absolutely no reason to want to be anywhere. You know, I want to help you. It's fine, but it's over now. Everything it's my fault. But everything I've ever wanted to do, like I was still hoping to get my family out of South Africa, and that's what Stephanie and I were planning still, was to get my little sister out, just to get her nephews out. So all of this is gone. A lot of people are going to get hurt, or are hurt now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I
understand.
I will help you. Yeah, but the stuff with Alicia is. I can't get any worse than I am, so there's no reason to lie about that, you know. So We were just talking about, and I can't believe she snitched on me because she knows we were joking about things.
Well, were you though?
Yeah, I'm one.
You showed her a real person.
Yeah, you showed her
that was
somebody you
dead,
really
that you had
killed.
killed with your hand. in
Oh,
her
I see. Okay.
So you weren't. It wasn't.
Oh, okay. So then she took everything I said as real then. Okay.
Well, at least that.
Okay.
She was right.
Yeah. Yeah. So okay, I understand then why she would have, because I mean obviously she would be concerned. She's not a bad person.
Yeah, no, I think she was playing the game with you, and I don't think she thought anything was real until it was, and then I think she knew the difference between what was real and what wasn't, just like you said you would do. You would.
Yeah.
Effectively ending this recording at 23:57. Case number is 19-35212. That was the interview of Brian Smith, Detective Bell, Detective Lee, and Special Agent Elliot Peterson.
And then the rest is redacted, so we don't see, what we had to see with Stefan Stearns and all of that, So that is the video. Thank you again so much to Interrogation Files for that footage. I really appreciate it, and some of the photos that I received as well. I posted some of them on Patreon, and it's a public post, so you can go to Patreon, you can sign up for free, and you can see them there. Okay, I think I posted, I don't know, maybe 20 or so. So thank you so much to Interrogation Files for that. Mama T said, I have to go. Thanks again for your deep dive. We all gotta go. Now we all have to go, isn't it? Because for me, it's 5 to 2 in the morning. I'm being very, very naughty being up now. Oh my goodness. But I really enjoyed watching that with you. The topic is extremely dark, so make sure you look after your mental health. And if it's ever too much for you, just know you can always come back. We save you a seat. But well done to everyone who made it through the entire part 2 today, because that was long, and I know it. And 2,600 people, yeah, out of the 3,000 that were here. Oh, you stuck it out. Well done for being here with me. So everyone, I wish you a wonderful evening ahead, morning, whatever time it is for you. And I will see you again very soon. I can't remember. Thank you so much for your £10 super sticker. Thanks to everyone who supported the channel today in all the ways you do, liking, sharing, viewing, all the ways you show support for the stickers and all of that. Thank you. Thank you, mods. I really appreciate it. I know that was very long as well. All right, everyone. See you soon. And please check out the deep dive if you want to know more about this case. It is on the playlist for you. Okay, bye, everyone.